Excellent. Naughty. Surprise. But sex.
How are we all? Present 22 minutes today. Hey, I wasn't even going to stream today. I am feeling dreadfully ill after yesterday. But a new Jordan Peterson dropped. And Dan got banned from Twitch. And DGG is studiously, wisely, ignoring the Lawrence Southern leaks. Very wise on their part, indeed. However, I do wonder if everybody else will. We shall see, I suppose. We shall see. Just popping in to say, I hope you are still streaming for when I paint minis after the kids go to bed. Well, the VODs can all be found in the playlist. Do you have Lauren's nudes? Thank God I do not. I don't think anyone's shocked Dan got banned. Well, Dan's acting shocked that Dan got banned. What is this music? Hang on, this is not cool ambient music for chatting. What is this? I'm feeling more... Deus Ex. Yeah. There we go. That's more like it. Why are weird thirsty roids in the chat right now? Well, that's what happens when you get the attention of Destiny's audience. Alright, so who's winning so far? I'm mad as hell and I'm not gonna shake it anymore in second place. Bake it in third, flake it in fourth. Damn shame. And I'm not gonna use the butt plug on stream. I'm nervous I'll swallow it with 51% winning. Alright, so... let's get into it. Things to cover. The first is Dan and Hassan Piker's head mod were having a spat yesterday, in which Dan Piker's head mod, what's his name again? Referred to Dan as a pedophile for his role in starting up Tiny Chat, which apparently was used for grooming, is my loose understanding of it. And Dan, in response, posted a picture of the moderator in question making out with someone as an underage child. I guess all children are underage. Well, they were underage. Now, the point is not that Dan is a pedophile for either misunderstanding the time period in which this image is taken from, or otherwise. The point is that if you are ever publicly accused of pedophilia, there are some certain things that you should do in response, and there are some certain things that you should not do in response. A major one you should not do in response is proceed to post romantic photos of the individual you're responding to when they are themselves a minor. That would be very unwise. That would be very unwise. Just came in, the first thing I hear is pedophile. Well, we are talking about DGG right now, so. This will happen. I, though, need to find the video of this. I think this actually took place on Kick. So I think I should be able to find it. 21 hours ago. I think this must be it. I think I do declare. I believe that this is it. Alright. I'm gonna name this window live, because I have to redo everything again, as is tradition. Theater mode, get rid of chat, And I believe this all takes place in here. I could be mistaken. We shall see. But I believe it all takes place in here.
We need that role for people.
We need that role for people. Okay. Here we go. There's Dan. There's Dan. This all went down last night. All right. So they're looking at... The hell is this? Oh, yeah. Here it is. Here it is. It begins here. Okay. Buckle your seatbelts, kids. We're going for a bumpy ride.
Why you use that example, okay? That is, he is cutting directly against him there. Boom. What's up, Dan? How's it going?
Altman!
Hello, fellow gays.
I don't get it, Big Dan.
Hello, gays.
No, I'm
Okay.
straight.
Well, I'm pleased to hear you come to terms with your disability, Cherry. P.F. Young, thank you for the $10. My two favorite people in one stream, President Sunday and Jordan B. Peterson. Well, you know what, P.F. Young? You're okay, too. By the way, P.F. Young, what do you think of the new book?
What's
It's getting some weird reviews.
up, Dan? We're watching Destiny Debate Cenk Uygur,
We'll be looking at that later.
okay?
I
Of Young
I don't think
Turks
that's very
fame.
exciting.
Is it not?
Ooh,
What is
no.
exciting?
Dan.
Uh,
Dan and his one-man crusade to make sure that anti-Semitism accusations are never taken seriously on YouTube again. Dear God.
You see Milo Yiannopoulos on Tim Pool?
Man, that's
Why are you suspended on X? I told, and I quote, Gayfesh, I hope you get dysentery from your nose. And thus I was banned on Twitch. It was underneath Andrew Tate calling someone the N-word. You might have missed it.
boring too. Drama is exciting. What drama is there? I mean, I know some drama, but what else?
Yeah. Well, there's.
No,
Oh, go
there's
ahead,
a
Sherry.
drama of where the... I swear, Relly had a shirt on, and then he had a sweater over the shirt, but now he has nothing on.
Relly's done
Dude,
three
I just
outfit
What the
changes
fuck
in
happened?
the like hour and a half he's been on
Move a bunch of
stream.
shit.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just hope that
So
Adriana move a
third
bunch of
Relly's waiting for his cardigan to come in. I gave him some recommendations, so Relly will be joining us classy people at some point in the near future.
shit,
change.
okay? I need to cool off.
Yeah.
Off. Yes.
Did I say Twitch? I meant Twitter. These all sound the same to me.
Put on a
Okay.
you put on a nice pressed turtleneck to go move
Is the video too loud? Let's turn the video down a little bit. Turn it down a tiny bit. They are inconsistent.
shit, and now you're back and the shirt's
I
off.
think I'm
No, I
gonna.
didn't put on the move shit. I didn't think I was moving shit. Then I moved shit.
I think
The problem is JStock has a low volume. Relly has a very loud volume. Cherry's got a mid volume, and Dan's just blasting.
I'm gonna
No,
delete
it
my.
makes sense
I
now.
think I'm gonna delete my Twitch account.
Hey,
Oh,
give
yeah?
it to me. Give me the stream key. Give me the stream key.
No,
Well,
what
no,
you
he's
need
saying
to
couple
he's
do...
saying so
ideas.
that he's saying so that they can't ban him from going and collabing with people. That like
no,
they could ban
just
him.
and
Okay.
protest. They're never banning me.
They're never banning Dan. Never. Not in a million years will they ban Dan. Dan is unbannable, you see. Dan knows and sees too much. Dan knows and sees far too much. Except, except that they then banned him. Oh. Oh, Dan. Whoa, why's it like that? That should be. Boom, like that. There we go. Okay. Never forget that Hassan has almost certainly lost 3 to 4 million per year in ad revenue directly because of our work to hold him accountable for his anti-Semite behavior. If they want to declare a huge win of Twitch banning a account I was trying to delete, let them focus there. 1.4 thousand people liked the tweet, demonstrating that nobody cares. Moving on.
I'm doing it out of protest, like because there's money in there every month, and I don't- they're getting a cut of it, and even though I'm getting most of it, I don't like the idea of them getting money off of me.
Well, you're in luck, Dan, because it turns out Neither are they.
Dan, I support you because of who you are, but I would easily stop supporting you. Did you ever party with Diddy? You
I never
have
even-
to tell me.
I've never even met the motherfucker.
Okay, good.
I found there's one of Hassan's moderators, the guy named Comrade Lamb, and he's been
Comrade Lamb.
on his account
That is the dramatis persona of which I was speaking earlier, I believe.
calling me a pedophile.
You know who else called someone a pedophile? Destiny called me a pedophile. This was then proved to be a lie through DMs with Dan. Oddly enough, thank you, Dan, very much for again being the weak link. Destiny called. Who else did Destiny call a pedophile? He called a few large-profile people pedophiles. This was before, of course, the leaks from yesterday, where we saw that he's really into age play and really likes the idea of simulating being a child being molested by babysitters to his 19-year-old squeeze, who he's sending private messages declaring his love to Lauren Southern to, while also sexting about wearing a butt plug on stream, or being scared of wearing a butt plug on stream because he might, and I quote, swallow it. Sunday, where did you go to school? I went to the School of Life, bub.
And I did a subpoena and got his information, his full information. I'm gonna,
Oh, does he dox him? Does he flat out dox Hassan's mod? Why?
it was quick, surprisingly.
Wait, really? You can just do that?
Yep, Jonathan Lamb out of New York.
No, stop!
Are you serious? How stupid is this guy? Why would you do... Why? Why? Yeah, no shit he got banned. Oh, they'll never ban me. This guy's an idiot. This is what I'm getting... I've said this before, but like I feel like I'm being proved right at every single turn. Dan is a moron who knew how to flip companies with some other people. Flipped those companies. Made a bunch of money. And found that he had nothing to do with his life. And so now he comes back bored, about as depthful as a wet turnip, sees that Destiny's getting a lot of attention and clout for weighing in on political topics, and goes, yeah, that can be me. I'm the man. Dan the man. And then he sees that Destiny just does outrageous stuff and gets away with it, and he thinks that could be me too. And so we have a man in his 40s who's just going online, harassing people, making shit up, lying constantly, with this delusion that if he just keeps pushing, eventually something will happen. Which it did. He got banned, and now everyone thinks he's dumb, and he's going to tiny stream, desperately... I don't know. It's not damage control, it seems to be damage proliferation. I don't know what the purpose or point of this is. I don't know what the point of doxing one of Hassan's mods is, except to make a case for targeted harassment. Like, what is the point? We don't need to know the moderator's name. If you're going to take legal action against the moderator, you need to know the moderator's name, which apparently you do. I don't need to know this. JStock's chat certainly doesn't need to know this. What's the point? Unless you want people to be able to find this person to do them harm, which is what the reaction will be.
No,
That's lit.
no,
What?
you don't do that shit on my stream.
Okay.
Good for JStock. Good on you, JStock. JStock has higher standards. Well done.
Wait, why would
No,
you?
I'm not.
that?
I'm not cool with that shit at all. Do not do that
Oh.
shit on my stream.
Good man.
I totally disavow that. That's fucked up. Yeah, don't come to my stream and do that shit. You want to go over that shit? You go over that shit on your own stream. All right.
All right.
See, we're too hard on some DGG sometimes. A lot of them are assholes. A lot of the loudest ones are. Some of them are still assholes, but you know, they've got standards. As inconsistent and low as they are, they have standards. I respect that. That was good on you, JStock.
Don't come fuck
Sure.
my. That
I
guy's,
just
by the
did
way,
that
that's
I just did that on anything else.
kit.com/dancanstream, just so we
I
all
did
know,
that on
okay?
anything else like a few minutes ago, so I don't think you have much to worry about. It's already been revealed, JStock.
That's Okay,
August.
that's
It's already
fine.
been revealed. Where did he dox him elsewhere?
The VOD.
That
All right. Well,
yeah, okay. We need to move on quickly. Dan, what is your position on the fact that when Bernie Sanders gets to 40% of the vote, everybody flips on him? The
I mean,
whole
I've already
party
put
apparatus.
this on Twitter. Who? Bernie? Who gives a fuck? I'm talking about people that are out there calling people pedophiles on the street, dog, with no evidence.
You mean like your co-host, the guy that's on the screen right now? Dan, buddy, you gotta turn around and look in the building you're sitting in, my dude.
Okay. All right. So there's the comrade.
You've got Methstony right behind you. He's been doing that to a bunch of high-profile people for a little while now. All while in the background fantasizing about it himself. Dan, you don't have currency here.
Fuck. When I go to his
Clean
shit,
your
I'll
room,
pull up his
Dan!
shit. We can talk about it. Don't mention his name. I don't like that shit. I don't like that shit personally.
Why is he topless? Because really like myself believes that any man who is proud of his physique ought to enjoy the brisk of the outdoors.
This Comrade Lamb guy. I hate this guy, but I don't think
Yeah.
he should be named and shamed.
No, I mean, if you're calling people pedophiles,
What the fuck? If,
I agree that
look at this. Hang on. So this is the one I mentioned before. Can we zoom this in? Let's see. What did Dan say here? The face when you're about to commit actual malice as an unrelated contractor, but you didn't know that actions have consequences. Posting a picture of my at the time underage friends making out sure is an interesting choice when you're being accused of turning a blind eye to the sex trafficking of minors on a platform you founded. Thanks for the unblocking me, by the way. That's not even an accusation of pedophilia. And by the by, I haven't seen Dan talk about this, so that's actually true. That's actually, I don't think I've seen Dan actually hold Tiny Chat accountable or attempt to hold anybody in particular accountable for actual minors being trafficked on his Tiny Chat app that he founded. I don't think I've actually heard of that. He's actually correct. And his response is to find a picture of this guy from high school, I presume. I hope. At least that late. Pre-adulthood, and post that under... Why would that be a thing you do, Dan? Why is that a thing you would do? After like, you look terrible.
I normally know, but if you're calling people pedophiles, like flat out, I think that's I mean, it is what it is. There's consequences for this. Absolutely.
Really, Dan, I still have your DMs, just so you know. I saved them all. I know you redacted all of your DMs to me privately. But just FYI, I'm not stupid, and I did save them all as I went. We already have me talking to Destiny through you about his accusation when I was banned off Twitter. Because that's what happened, by the way. I got banned off Twitter because I told Gayfesh to expel fecal matter from his nostrils. Or rather, I wished that it would happen to him. Which, to be fair, is technically against TOS, but then so are all the other things they allow in there, so I feel it's a little bit unfair, but I digress. It's been a wonderful benefit to my mental health regardless. Twitch too, to be honest, but Twitter is a massive waste of time. However, Destiny heard about this and immediately said, good riddance to that something pedophile loser. Which I took a little bit of umbrage to. So I DM'd Destiny, didn't reply, and I DM'd Dan. And he started giving me terms. Hey, well, I'll tell you what. Destiny says, straight from the horse's mouth, quote, Destiny says, if you redact all of your accusations against him and Kyla, not so erudite, then I'll rescind that accusation on stream. And I said no terms. No consequences there. No consequences there at all. In fact, you seem to be kind of fine with it, Dan. What an actual weasel. I mean, genuinely, just a Weasley. I can't even say that word. Hassan's ruined the word. Fuck. Hassan ruined the word. Dan's gonna take it as a compliment. It is not a compliment. See, here's the thing. There are people in this world who are good at lying. There are people in this world who can lie and look cool doing it. They are few. And Dan, you are not one of those few.
Like, for just fucking flat out lying, going out and doing that shit. I mean, there's financial consequences for that. It's actual malice. You know what the actual malice...
Did Destiny also screw announced Erudite as well? I will not speculate. I will, however, note that at the election night stream that they all did at the table, Kyla appears to have dragged her husband, known as Big Nick on Discord, into the room, having dressed him exactly like Destiny, hairstyle and all. I will not ponder any possible motivations for this.
Malice standard is?
Yes. That if they know it's false, that it's
yes.
Okay.
That they know the source of information is flimsy or unreliable, and that they've made it to another state.
What if they've just made it up entirely?
Yeah, that's also actual malice. It's like a willful thing. So
boy, it'd be really great, Dan, if you didn't make yourself a public figure leading up to this, right? You might actually have some leverage here. Unfortunately, you decided to harass and dox a bunch of people out the gate as part of a public campaign. Very, very unwise.
Sorry,
but I'm saying that if they don't have a source of information, if they just say that they've heard it and they repeat
yeah, but unfortunately for this guy, he has logs of him.
Unfortunately for this, Dan, I really don't think they're sweating right now. Okay, I really don't. I would love to see you sue them though. Please do. Please try. Please, Dan. It'll be content for days. For days. Do it.
Covered it and everything else that I've already saved.
Sure, but I'm saying that that.
I don't know why, but YouTube hasn't been showing me your live streams. Click the bell. Click the bell while you're here. Subscribing doesn't do anything. You have to click the bell to get a notification. Okay, so just so you know, if you're watching a stream and you haven't clicked the bell, you're not actually subscribed. I don't like nagging people about that, but
him just reproducing that, I believe that does not meet the actual malice standard.
Oh no, he didn't repeat that because Hassan didn't say that. He took it a step above. Hassan was very gauged.
Hang on, slow down. What does this say? What does this say here? What did he actually say? Make it bigger, better, faster, stronger. Diddy and Ashton Kutcher have been accused of flirting with teenage girls on Tiny Chat. Kutcher and Comer, two charges. The company was founded by Dan Sullivan. Yeah, you don't have a case, Dan. That's not against you. That doesn't matter. It was founded by Dan Sullivan. You talked about this before. You got nothing. Oh my god, that's what it is. It's sorry, I should have been paying more attention. It's a meme. Dan Sullivan receiving his check from P. Diddy to ignore sex trafficking on his platform. What a fucking clown. Nobody cares, Dan. Dan, nobody cares. My dude. No one cares. Nobody is jumping like. Was that Subway Jared? Yeah, it looks like him. Nobody cares. Kind of looks like the PFP though, doesn't it?
He went beyond that. That's why it's actual malice.
Maybe. I don't.
No, it's not. Well, you don't know,
but it's fine.
Yeah, but that's fine.
All right. Yeah, he's an
like, or you
asshole,
could just ignore this dude, and
Nah. See, that's the problem. There's too many anime profile pictures out there on Twitter with random fucking symbols in their name, getting shit thinking they're invincible.
You don't say, Dan.
Someone's got to stand up for the non-anime profile pictures.
Who think they're invincible.
Got to stand up and be like, you know what? I will take some of your shit. And even here's the good thing. I enjoy the fact that this person has been so honest with the reasoning that they're doing things that actually, I just want to be.
Dan, I have you on my stream. Kidnotkin has you on his stream twice, basically admitting that you're willing to lie and have lied. You've already admitted that you're lying. If anybody took pains, if anybody gave enough of a shit to notice, to take note of what you've actually said, which they haven't, which is why nobody cares, you'd be toast. You'd be eaten alive. But it's so laughable and so pointless, they don't even need to dig. It's laughable on its face. They don't need you to admit that you're lying, because the campaign, if in earnest, is embarrassingly stupid. Here's how you tell if nobody gives a shit about you, okay? Here's how you tell. I'm kind of an expert in this. If nobody is bothering to dig into the bad things that you've done, then nobody cares. Why? Because it is the easiest way in a public setting to undercut your credibility. Point out where you've lied in the past, where you've admitted that you are a liar in the past, where you've committed crimes, where you've done wrong, etc., where you've been dishonest, whatever. Easiest thing to do. If people aren't doing that, it's because they don't care to. Your content. They're laughing at the surface performance. You haven't escalated to that point. They don't have to use strategy to beat you. They can just laugh at you.
How do I put this? Some people are just really fucking stupid, and they make it too easy.
True.
When they do
Indeed.
that's it.
Okay.
So, like, this is why people like Martin Shkreli are especially scary.
It's like you can see him like this is Dan. This is Dan right now, okay? This is Dan like oh yes. You just activated my trap card. Time to die, Yugi.
Because people like that, they know the law, right? And they, if you know, well, I mean, Shkreli right now.
Go to jail.
He did, but I mean, that's nothing to do with this. He was scary before he went to jail. Because if you have money and you know how the legal system works and everything else, it really doesn't matter, right? Like defending yourself.
Dan is the one who knocks.
Is expensive. Even if you're innocent, defending yourself is expensive. Going through all that type of shit. But when you're guilty, you're kind of especially fucked.
Sure.
Yeah.
I really want you to picture like the hubris of this guy. Yeah, I know the law, okay? I know the law. So, in advance of doing a lawsuit on somebody, okay, I'm going to go live on multiple streams, multiple platforms, and I am going to dox this person and commit, I believe Twitch attributed his ban to extreme harassment. Can somebody in the server get me the screenshots of that notice? He posted it, I believe. If somebody can show me that, that would be fantastic. I'm banned off Twitter. I can't find this myself very easily. I am rate limited. But if you could, that would be fantastic. So I'd like that on the screen.
Can I ask you, why do you think Destiny didn't get sued by Donut Operator when Destiny called him a pedophile repeatedly and refused to recant?
Because, well, I mean, I know the reason why. I'm not going to say.
Really, Dan? What's the reason why? Come on. You know the reason why I'm not going to say. Really, Dan? Really? Really?
Basically because, actually, I don't want to say.
Why say that?
He couldn't. He couldn't.
He couldn't? Why couldn't he, Dan? Why couldn't he? I guarantee you, there is more dirt on Tiny Chat, and more that can be said about your complete disinterest in actual minors getting trafficked, versus you wanting Dan, versus you going all in on a phony campaign to try and pretend like you're pulling advertisers away from Twitch and are going after Dan Clancy in order to get cool uncle clout from Destiny's audience. I'm pretty sure that is kind of a worse look overall. If you can sue for this, and if you can successfully sue for this, which I don't think he can at all, then what was it, Donut, whatever that person was called? They absolutely can. They absolutely can.
All right. Okay. Yeah, I feel like I've seen like so many things that like clearly don't meet the actual malice standard, but maybe this does in some way.
You want to Google the definition? Google the definition.
Actual malice definition, U.S. law. The actual malice standard explained. Right now, the actual malice standard that public officials and powerful individuals cannot win libel cases without proving that a statement was made with knowing or reckless disregard of its falsities seemingly everywhere. The Supreme Court ruled in 1964's New York Times v. Sullivan that the First Amendment requires defamation law to accommodate good faith public debate. As the court explained in Sullivan, the actual malice, quote-unquote, standard protects our profound national commitment to the principle that debate on public issues should be uninhibited, robust, and wide open, and that it may well include vehement, caustic, and sometimes unpleasantly sharp attacks on government and public officials. In every defamation case, a plaintiff needs to prove 4 things in order to win. 1. That the allegedly defaming statement in question conveyed facts as opposed to pure opinion. 2. That the facts it stated or implied were false. 3. That the statement was delivered to others. And 4. That the plaintiff was harmed. You have no case here. You have no case here. This one's true. You have no case here. In fact, you're flaunting your wealth, actually, to point out that you have the power in this situation. You have no case. You have no case. In an actual malice case, a plaintiff must prove even more that the defendant either knew that the statement was false at the time, or else demonstrated reckless disregard as to its falsity. To help demonstrate reckless disregard, plaintiffs can show that defendants were aware of facts that make clear they simply did not care about the truth of the statement in question. That includes evidence that defendants relied on sources they knew to be unreliable or had an ulterior motive for publishing the statement. You got nothing. You got nothing, Dan. This is a joke. That's why you're explaining it on JSTOC to a faceless nobody, like a moron, because no lawyer is going to tell you, yeah, you know what you should do, Dan? Get ahead of the current and just start throwing all your cards on the table, start harassing people, doxing them, just do as much as you can to shit stir online before your case. That's going to help you out. That's going to help you out big time. That's what you want to do. Dan is absolutely a pro at this. He's actively giving us a demonstration about actual malice with Twitch and its CEO. This is true. That's true. He's on record for this. Dan Clancy, by the way, would have a case against Dan Saltman. A very strong one, in fact. Because we actually have Dan Saltman on stream admitting to lying in multiple cases. Like, it's insane. We now have him doxing Twitch staff. We have him threatening to dox Twitch staff. We have him threatening to go after Twitch staff's families, talking about how he's hoarding images of Dan Clancy's kids from Facebook. Weird decision. We have him now doxing one of Hassan's mods. Like, it's embarrassing. It's this is actually embarrassing. It's only embarrassing. That could be really fun. Dan versus Dan. Oh God, can you imagine? I would love this. God, if Dan sued these people, oh please, Dan, please do it. Please. Go out there. Sing, Dan, sing. They're waiting for you.
That's fine. If you want to sue this guy, he's maintaining it, so.
No, you should Google the definition.
I think Google definition helps you in a court of law, right?
Sure.
No, I want JSTOC to understand what actual malice is.
Pictures of this guy. Actual malice standard.
Oh, this is gonna be fucking good. Is he gonna read the same thing I did? Yes.
Text criticism.
No,
what is
going.
it?
There you go.
So, in every definition, a plaintiff needs to prove 4 things in order to win: that the allegedly defaming statements in question conveyed facts as opposed to pure opinion.
So I am saying that someone is something, not that I think they are something. right?
But he didn't say you are something.
Like, I think that
He didn't say you are something, though, Dan. He said you ignored it.
J-Stock is a pedophile.
Can you give an opinion without
That
saying
is a
I
sentence.
think?
Read it again.
Sure. That allegedly defaming statement in question conveyed facts as opposed to pure opinion. So I guess we could look at examples of
Okay,
this.
so which of the
How do you prove that he meant it as a statement of fact? He didn't. First of all, he didn't say Dan is a pedophile. He didn't say that. You got nothing, Dan.
This is me stating a fact versus an opinion. J-Stock is a pedophile.
It's clear, but if I said Dan is a cat, that obviously isn't stating a fact. Right? So
Yes.
Dan is a cat. I am stating a fact. He is a cat.
would be
That
there
would be humor.
interpretation there.
Yes, that would be humor. Correct.
Sure.
I'm dead serious. Dan is a cat.
But I mean,
The
I am cat-like.
that the fact stated.
Dan is the most uncat-like cat in existence. Okay.
So obviously you're not worried about the
Yeah,
this is
that one. I've never
saying
even met
that
the
truth is
motherfucker.
an absolute defense against defamation in the United States. So like
Yeah.
this is saying, but obviously not true.
Mhm.
That the statement was delivered to others and that the plaintiff was harmed.
Yeah.
So you're gonna have to show monetary proof that you were harmed by him making that statement.
Or emotional.
Or emotional harm.
You just activated my trap card, Yugi. Emotional harm. Diverts all your attacks directly to your own life points.
As a result. Correct. That your reputation was damaged as a result. Yes.
Dan, you just said this live, you fucking idiot. You don't have the case anymore. You gave the game away.
Is that it's not monetary harm? There's like
Harmed. Yes.
They're looking
I
this
think
up.
for like
Why are they looking this
Reputation
up?
is harm.
she got to
Guys!
use emotional distress as her harm.
Well, I mean, I think reputation is probably more important than the other thing.
Yeah, but it's emotional distress because of your reputation.
Oh, well,
okay.
and yeah, sure.
sh-
Hate Watcher 68. I don't have mania. It's just I'm tired of fucking Twitch allowing this insane shit to go on, and I'm tired of everyone on my side being.
What insane shit. They banned everybody. In fact, they banned them more. They banned Frogan for longer than Asmongold, who actually explicitly endorsed genocide against Muslims. Blanketly. Dan, you're getting special treatment. The fact that it took him actually maliciously doxing other Twitch partners. Was he a partner? Like Twitch partners. People who work for streamers on Twitch. The fact that it took them until that, when he's been slandering the company, the CEO, and threatening its employees and ex-employees for over a month now, I think. The fact that it took them until this to ban him speaks to either extraordinary indifference to the negative things that Dan does, or extraordinary leniency. Either or. Why is Rayleigh in the back? I don't know. He's got his camo for some reason.
Being a fucking pussy, doing
Because
nothing.
he wants to show off his muscles. Okay, they were earned. Rayleigh used to be a little twig. He's come back with guns. It's intimidating now.
It's annoying. Everyone's such a fucking pussy. I don't understand why no one does anything. So yeah, I am fucking going out and doing something. You guys can be a bunch of fucking cowards. I
I just don't have the money to sue people if I think it's frivolous. Listen, you do what you want to do.
Do you think this is? Hey, wait a second.
I think
if you had
it's
mania,
frivolous,
this would
but
be
listen,
funny.
I think if you think you have a case, you go for it. I
Do
definitely
it, Dan.
couldn't justify.
Dan, do it. Do it. Do it. Please, for the love of God, do it.
This economically for myself, but you know
Oh
what?
yeah.
I don't have damn money, so
I feel like it is fun to tell someone that you're going to sue them. It's not actually fun to do it.
No, that's if you haven't done it before.
Oh, is it fun to do it, Dan? Is it fun to sue people frivolously? That's a great thing to say live before suing someone frivolously, Dan. Good move. Keep it up.
You don't know my life.
Have you sued someone before?
None of your business.
No.
If she's smart, she won't still say no, or she'll say she didn't.
Trump does it a lot, right?
See, here's the difference. Cherry can be a little extra sometimes, but Cherry is not stupid. I can't say that about Dan.
Pretty fun to him.
Oh. I mean, in general, it's about like, you know, if someone says it in like a private Discord, it's not a big deal. But all of a sudden, if someone that's like connected directly as a contractor for Hassan that's been signal boosted before, there's more like damages as a result. I mean, there's just a lot of shit that other fucking people don't know.
So why hasn't he been sued yet? Why hasn't Destiny been sued yet, Dan? See, this Lamb person, this Comrade Lamb person, they didn't call anybody a pedophile. But your co-host did. Your co-host called multiple people pedophiles. And then admitted through you, incidentally, that was false. Admitted elsewhere that he's just doing it because what the fuck? Other people lie anyways, I'm just going to call people pedophiles. He's admitted to this. Why is that not enough? Because I actually think that they might have a case. It's just not worth the effort. It's not worth it. But you wouldn't even have a case. They'd have a case against you, though, Dan. A very strong case indeed. And they have fuck you money too. Probably quite a bit more than you do, actually. I think it would be great fun. I think you'd all come out of it more or less unscathed. Monetarily. And I think you should do it. I think you should go for it, Dan. Go big or go home.
But in general, I quite don't give a fuck. I'll win. It may take...
This is the Cherry that accused Mr. Girl of exposing himself. Stardust did, and I think Cherry jumped on it, unless it was the reverse. She was in a dark place, okay, guys? Cherry has chilled out recently. I like Cherry these days.
A while, and he'll have to spend a lot of money fucking defending it, and I do not give a fuck.
She's changed from a voice of madness to a voice of reason in a lot of cases.
To be completely honest. He can fucking crowdfund it and have his name permanently associated with being the anti-Semite that he is.
All right. Okay.
We've also, by the way, we've had him multiple times admit that he could attribute Dan Clancy's actions or inactions to something other than anti-Semitism, which means that this also is a live demonstration of actual malice. Dan is just educating the world, you see. Elon Musk's lawyers just won a case against Tesla, suing because full self-driving is never coming, and Musk lied a lot about it. They argued nobody reasonable would believe Musk. Judge agreed. It's fair.
He's fighting with you on Twitter, by the way.
I'm gonna fuck. Yeah, he was called me a pedophile. Let him fight away.
Double down on it. Posting a picture of my, at the time, obviously underage friends making out sure is an interesting choice when you're being accused of turning a blind eye to the sex trafficking of minors on a platform you founded.
And it's been specified again, turning a blind eye. Turning a blind eye. That just seems to be a fact. I don't see Dan campaigning against Tiny Chat or its management. He's within his rights to turn a blind eye to it, as far as I'm concerned.
Thanks for unblocking me, by the way.
Yeah, I unblocked him to send the stuff, and then I'm going to, we go forward.
Yeah? Yeah.
Oh, 100%.
All right.
People.
I feel like
maybe
there's a gun to my head right now.
No, it's just basically people that are out there that like to hide behind fucking anime profile pictures and do legitimize anti-Semitism to the world should have their fucking name exposed out there. If you want to like cause fucking hate, create the next fucking...
This is the same Dan who didn't know what Likud was, by the way. Didn't know what Zionism was, by the way. Like, flat out didn't know. Like, astonishing ignorance. This is a man who's been on this earth for over 4 decades. He doesn't know what planet he's on. Anyone who tells you people are rich because they're smart, ignore everything they say.
Fucking, like, breed of Nazis? That's on you.
Dan is so fucked in the head, it's not even funny. This is an aborted human. Like, this is someone who has basically aborted their self-development. This is someone who's spiritually dead. It's one of the saddest things I've ever seen. It is genuinely one of the most pathetic displays I've ever seen.
But, Like,
He fights for a cause he doesn't fully understand. He fights for a cause he doesn't understand or care about, and he's made this explicit.
I'm out here. I'm out here right now.
You're definitely out
Dan
there, Dan.
Saltman, right? There I am. Other people think that like they can have their hatred hidden. I don't know.
Okay.
All right.
You should say stuff like, "I'm in these streets. I'm outside." That's what.
That's what Mike from PA would say.
That's
It's
what
on
black
site.
people say.
It's
I
on
just don't-
site.
I'm. Yeah, you can say that too.
This is deleted. Whoever sent me this post is deleted. MVT77. MVT.
Real Jewish lawyer just tipped $5. Daniel, think about this. Where are the damages? Where is the liability? What economic harm has he caused you?
Good questions.
I asked that question. Apparently, it can be emotional suffering for defamation per se.
How do you prove emotional suffering? You have to prove it, Dan. You can't just say, well, I was harmed on the inside. Officer, I wasn't driving. I was traveling. It doesn't work, Dan. I don't think he's talking to lawyers. I think that's bullshit. I don't think he's talking to lawyers at all. Or if he is talking to lawyers, he's self-aware enough to leave out a lot of stuff that would make those lawyers laugh in his face. Because, oh my God.
Listen, I do not need a bunch of people on Discord who have zero. Would it be? I mean, I don't mean to be
Even Pisco dropped this, by the way. Pisco won't touch this with a 10-foot pole.
mean, but would it be safe to say that none of you have ever done anything with an attorney ever, besides Cherry, I guess.
Dan, I don't think you're doing stuff with an attorney. Is there someone on Discord, Dan, who says they're an attorney who's talking to you? Is that what's going on? Because I'm not seeing this. I'm not seeing this at all. Who are you talking to? Who are you talking to, Dan? Who is advising you to go live and start airing all of this on fucking JStock? Like on banned channels, by the way. It's not Pisco. Pisco's too smart for that. Pains me to say it. Pisco is too smart for this.
Whatever weird shit she's had going on.
No, I said I specifically didn't. I've just
Okay.
like, that
All right.
part of the TV show is always.
I've had
boring.
extensive shit taking companies public. I've spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on it.
He's flipped a bunch of companies. That's what he does. He's basically a con artist. He's flipped a bunch of companies.
Maybe close to $1 million, to be honest, at this point. I know how it works. And I know what I know. I mean, that doesn't sound as good.
He
as
knows
saying
what he
I
knows.
know.
Okay. Okay, Dan.
I know that people value their name a lot, and they like to go out and do shady fucking shit, which is how Twitch has gotten into the position right now of where it is, which is that you have people at that fucking company
Dan's kind of Elon. Dan's Elon with no power. That's what Dan is.
that hide in the shadows, banning an entire fucking country for a year. Can you imagine that shit? And an entire fucking year.
Don't know. I spoke with Pisco. He's very much built by representation and repression. No, Pisco's a loudmouth who likes the attention. I don't think he's that stupid. I think Pisco has a strong tendency to be very dishonest and tribalistic. I think he defends friends and colleagues, but I don't think he's that stupid. I think he also overestimates his own competence and will get into incredibly obnoxious debates that are not compelling on his end at all. But I don't think he's stupid.
They ban a country and they fucking lie about it. And then you find every single fucking person at that company has like some anti-fucking Jewish bias.
But you didn't find that, Dan. You found one guy in a Slack that of ex-Twitch employees, and that's it. And by the by, the guy said, "What has Israel done for Twitch?" Just to be clear. He didn't say, "What have Jews done for Twitch?" He said, "What has Israel done for Twitch?" You have no case. Because even if he did say, by the way, even if he did say something overtly anti-Semitic, this is an ex-Twitch employee. You know what an ex-Twitch employee is, Dan? Not Twitch.
Wild shit, bro.
Sure. What the hell? Sorry. My DMs are fucking weird right now. Shows like all of my calls I had today with anybody. I click on the DM, it shows the call showing up on my Discord. I don't know. It's weird shit. Never seen that before.
Dan Saltman, with no power comes no responsibility. Well put.
But I'm still here. Okay. Yeah.
You are.
I don't know. I'd have to ask a lawyer
For now.
about this. Where's Pisco?
That
at?
would be good.
What time is it?
I mean,
Where's
there is multiple options.
Ooh, does
for
Pisco
me.
come on this?
could
I would
just
like to see
defame
Pisco on this,
him
actually.
As much as
I would like to see Pisco on this. Does Pisco come on? Nah, it doesn't look like he does. Damn, how much longer does this go for?
he's done to me as well.
We're not going to watch the
That
whole
is
thing.
the option. It's like less exciting though, you know, like to basically
Can you
have his
block
name
him?
be. Nah, I did before, but now like there's two options, right? It's either proceed forward. You know, I've already gone to this point so far to get this, so it's either proceed forward or it's to make him famous for, you know. I mean, let me pull up the shit here.
Make him famous? What? Wait,
Holy
wait.
fuck.
Slow down. Can we... I don't know how to go back on this without fucking it up, because it's kick and it's got the worst thing imaginable.
Fucking shit. Fuck you, you Zionist dog bitch. Yeah, these are good enough. Holy fuck.
But it's not, though.
Man.
It's not, though. Zionist is not a race, Dan. It's not an ethnicity. Zionist is a political ideology. I can be a Zionist. I'm not Jewish. I have no Jewish relatives. I can be a Zionist. Balfour was a Zionist, Dan.
Yeah, I mean,
And an anti-Semite.
this might be, I don't know. I have to think about like which way I want to go, because both are exciting and interesting. But in general, I think that people that also like I don't know what was I gonna say? I don't know the connection specifically to Hassan, and if Hassan, like, because I know he may be an independent contractor, and then there's a link to Hassan, so that could be interesting.
Joseph Biden, Zionist. Explicitly. He's not Jewish. And get this. I can become a Zionist tomorrow, and then I can stop being a Zionist the next day. I can say one day I think the Jews should have an ethno-state in Israel, in particular in Palestine. And the next day I can say I think they should give up having an ethno-state entirely. And then the next day I can say the thing I said the first day. And then on the next day I can say the thing I said after that. And then one day I would have been a Zionist, and the next day I would have been an anti-Zionist, and the next day I would have been a Zionist, and the next day I would have been an anti-Zionist. Because Zionism is an ideology. It is not a characteristic of human organisms, like an ethnic identity is. It's not a characteristic. It's not like a concrete, fixed social identity, like an ethnic category is. There are Jews who are anti-Zionists because of their Jewish religion. And historically, they've actually been heavily persecuted by Zionist statists, by the way. Not that that is of any particular importance here. Just so you know, those Jews you see with the really big hats, they get beaten up by Israeli police because they protest conscription into the IDF. Just so you know. Because they protest eradicating the population of Gaza, or decimating it, whatever language you prefer. They protest killing thousands and thousands of kids to steal real estate, okay? They get beaten up. We got footage of them getting beaten up in the street by cops. Idiot. He doesn't even know this. He has no idea. He has no clue. And he has no curiosity about the world. He has no organ to know this. Which is why I say he's abortive. Because he can only hit. He's at his endpoint. Dan, this is it. Your life as a human, you've reached the peak. It's downhill from here. There's nothing else.
Oh, who is this guy to Hassan? So you're saying independent contractor in what way? Is he like an editor or something?
I'm assuming. I'm not sure. He says that he's a gaming editor. I'm not sure. It may be bullshit. It could be real.
Why are we doing this?
I am begging on my hands and knees for Dan Can't Stream to actually sue me, like he's threatening to on Kick right now.
Yes.
Oh, poggers.
Pull this guy into the stream right now?
No, I don't think my attorney would have that be a good idea if I go down that road.
Yeah, you don't think your attorney would think that's a good idea to have him come on the stream right now, Dan? You think that'd be a bad idea? You think that'd be a little bit of a bad idea, Dan? You think your attorney would say, no, Dan, that would not be poggers. Not poggers, Dan. Not poggers. God damn, this guy is dumb.
Okay. All right. I'm just saying that would be drama. Okay, that'd be based.
Like only in this world where someone flat out calls you a pedophile multiple times. Like, oh, I beg you to fucking sue me.
He didn't call you a pedophile, Dan. You don't have proof of this. You didn't show him calling you a pedophile. You've got nothing, Dan. You've got nothing. Dan, you are cringe. You're posting cringe. You are being cringe. Find Jesus.
Why do you ever notice that all of
He's being Xanderhall. Xanderhall has not done anything this embarrassing. Xanderhall looking real worldly and grounded right now.
these people in this orbit choose like fucking weird, like effeminate animals? It's very strange.
Yeah, Dan? About that, okay? Ooh woo. Miss 19-year-old DGG chatter, I need some life advice. Because I'm cheating on my wife with a white nationalist, and I'm nervous because I might swallow the butt plug I put in while I'm on stream.
What do you want? What do you want them to be, like a wolf or a bear or something?
I don't know. I mean, maybe. I don't know. I feel there's like 10 of these motherfuckers out there.
RTBA, bro.
What about, yeah, bear, bro? That's what you do. I don't give a fuck if he knows my first name, but if he figures out my address, though, that's where the pizzas start arriving, and that will really suck. I'm honestly surprised people didn't realize Blam was my last name quicker. I mean, dude, I didn't get this from, I don't know, whatever the fuck you're talking about. What a fucking weirdo.
Yeah, Dan, he's the weirdo. Is he? Comrade Lamb's the weirdo. They're really looking like the weirdo in this scenario, Dan.
He has no idea what's coming. You fucking retard. I have thousands of people calling me a pedophile every minute. What the fuck do you think? Like...
So you have... Dan, thousands of people aren't calling you anything. Thousands of people don't care. Nobody cares. Nobody cares, Dan. Nobody's watching this. You've got maybe 2,000 people who are actively aware of it. Nobody cares, Dan.
Because of you, by the way. That's where I get to show the fucking damages.
Really? Really? You said emotional. Really? Show us where are the thousands of people calling you a pedophile, Dan? Show us. By all means. Dan, I know you're watching this. Please, come on and show me. Show me, Dan. You got me in DMs, you can call anytime. Dan, show me. Where are these? Where's the evidence? Danny boy. Thousands of people calling you a pedophile. With you going, oh, well, I can use emotional damage.
Because of you, Hassan's fucking employee or contractor
Well, let me tell you this, Dan. You're going to get emotional damages, but I don't think they're going to be admissible in court.
or whatever. That's how.
This person is a employee or a contractor.
I'm
of
assuming
Hassan?
a contractor or employee. He says that he runs the Hassan
Real
gaming
Jewish
thing.
lawyer
There's some
just
payment
tipped
there, so there's some
$5.
connection to Hassan.
Rhetorical hyperbole
And that's
that
where,
cannot reasonably be understood
that's
as
where the
stating
interesting
an
factor
actual
goes.
fact
I know
are
he's like
not
very frightened right
defamatory.
now and everything else like
Daniel,
that, and you
where
should
is
be,
his statement
because you're
of
a
fact?
fucking 27-year-old retard who has no understanding of the law and decided in
Dan has no understanding of the law. If you watch Dan and you think he's a grounded human being who understands how the world works, you are probably a minor and are not allowed on Twitch or Discord.
instead of saying things that were actually based in reality, like, oh, I think
Are minors allowed on Twitch? I can't remember.
my opinion of this is this, and allegedly this, you're so fucking stupid that you make statements now in places that you can't even retract them.
This whole thing is pretty gross and ironic coming from the group that was so anti-canceling. It's almost like they're liars. It's almost like everything these fuckers do, excepting Cherry and Relly, I love you two, is a lie.
Not that it matters, because I do it for. I
Honor.
think it's important to send a
Glory!
message that these people that are fucking just like serious, insane anti-Semites.
Okay, well, now we have actual malice again, Dan, because we already have you admitting on stream multiple times that that's a lie. That you don't have a basis for believing this. And that your principal evidence for Twitch being anti-Semitic as an entity are other organizations that are not Twitch. You got nothing, dude.
Should be known to the fucking world as serious, insane anti-Semites.
Minors are allowed on Twitch, under 13 isn't allowed. Well, if you think Dan knows what he's doing, you are mentally under 13. If you think Destiny knows what he's doing, you're mentally under 15. And if you think I know what I'm doing, you're mentally under 40, okay?
All right. Let's see. I'm just refreshing this. Wait, hold on. This guy might post like gay porn or something. Getting concerned. Okay. It's like he clearly knows that we're on stream. I don't know if I want to keep refreshing
Yeah,
this
that's
guy's
fine.
profile.
I mean, listen.
You can
I
get
don't
me right
I'm
now.
I'm the
I don't want
most
it.
public. Like, I'm fighting with Hassan publicly right now.
He is fighting
If he
with
thinks-
Hassan. Basically the Taliban, okay?
I don't know what he has nothing to do, really. Why did he block you? What'd you do?
He probably just blanketly blocked a bunch of people. I'm pretty sure I'm blocked.
I got blocked a long time ago. I don't know what I did actually. That's a
Oh,
good
you probably
question.
were just you.
Entirely possible. Listen, I post goofy memes. Okay. We post.
I mean, listen, in the
Hassan
end-
song. That's what we do.
At the end of the day, sometimes people realize that their actions have consequences. That's it. I literally do not know what to say. But as far as me being afraid, like, oh my god, I did this, bro, I'm fucking out here in the streets telling Hassan that he visited a brothel, okay, and that was done it. I ain't afraid of a fucking Twitter profile picture. Maybe you could become famous off this stuff. That'd be cool. That would be fucking cool as shit.
Wait, did Dan say he has a nuke? Maybe I missed that. Did you say you got a nuke on this guy?
What does that mean?
I don't know. Somebody said tell Dan to drop the nuke. I don't know what the nuke is. I thought maybe I missed you.
Dan does not have a nuke.
No, I'm just determining which way I want to go, which is like
Dan has a wet Halloween used firecracker that he found on the street. And he's drying it out with a blow dryer, hoping that when he lights a match under it, it'll smoke a little bit.
exposing one of Hassan's most anti-Semitic mods to the world, or if I want to go.
Now you're calling the mod anti-Semitic after doxing him. Have you provided proof of this? I haven't seen proof of this. That's a strong claim, Dan. Where's the proof? Oh, there isn't any. Okay. Okay. Hassan has money too, Dan. Dan Clancy has money too. Yeah, it probably won't ruin you. But if they did pursue this, you're gonna look really fucking stupid. Not that obviously that concerns you. You already do. Doesn't Dan have a family and kids? Where have they been since he moved into Destiny's house in Florida? Something else, Dan, you should probably consider. You got kids. You got a family. Your kids are going to grow up, and they're going to see this. And you're going to try to give your kids life advice or tell them not to do stuff. And they are going to laugh. They're going to laugh and they're going to point. Because you don't know anything. And this is forever. Their children's children will see this and laugh. It ain't like back in the day where it's like Grandpa was in the war. And there's no record of shifty or embarrassing stuff that happened while he was in the war. He was just in the war. No, Dan. Every time you shit your pants, there is now a permanent, etched in gold monument to it. Like, think about that.
Oh, the other way. Right? Like that's what I want to think about in general right now.
All right. This guy's Hassan Mod though. The Comrade Lad dude. I don't know who he is. I don't know what his affiliation is.
I don't know
Hasanabi
either.
gaming
I
editor. I guess
don't
editor.
know what's fucking
Sure.
happening.
Yeah.
I feel like even if I disagree with Dan, I feel like I'm just gonna shut up. Like
Why would you ever
you have
disagree?
so much white woman energy.
Oh!
It's insane. I feel like
Well, you know,
Who here questioned? Who here questioned my appreciation for Cherry? She won. She won. It's over. Dan. It's over. You're dead. She killed you. You didn't even get to the courtroom and you're dead. It's over. Obliterated.
write a
no.
letter to my congressman to
You know what it is?
tell on me or something.
People that go out there doing actual crimes, okay? Or I don't want to say crimes, but you know,
No, you're calling them actual crimes.
slandering, right?
Who's slandering you, Dan? You slandered. You've actually committed libel and slander on a massive scale against multiple very high-profile people, and have demonstrated provable actual malice live on air in multiple venues. Really?
Yeah.
That is to me. I think that to me that is worse than some of the other shit that you can do. I mean, essentially, you know, it's basically what's the word for it? Fuck me, I forget what he said. It's something like basically you're committing someone of doing an actual crime, and when you commit,
You mean like you just did?
when you do that, it's to another standard. I forget the fucking name of it. Because I don't usually do stuff in. Hold on one second. I don't usually do stuff in definition.
Yeah, I can tell. I was kind of getting that vibe, Dan.
Let's see here. I mean, it's
Anyone who's saying that
This
there's
is the same Dan that Destiny debated a while back. This is Destiny's current co-host of his massively successful podcast.
beg to be fucking sued is definitely someone that does not have money for a fucking attorney to defend it, though. But that
Yeah,
said,
but Dan, Hassan does. Twitch does. Dan Clancy does. You think if you sued this guy, he would have no money? I'm sorry, Dan. This is the wrong target. This was a stupid decision. And you'd have no case anyways.
Yeah, I just wouldn't want that smoke.
see the
Whether
thing
I was
is
right or
either
wrong, I just
See, the
wouldn't
thing
want
you
it.
have to understand, Cherry, is that you have a life, and Dan does not. Dan has no life. He has no interests. He has no passions. When he goes home, he boozes up, probably takes some stuff, and veges out because the world is a dark hellhole with no hope for him, and no future, and no purpose. Dark place to be. You have stuff to live for. Dan does not. This is Dan desperately keeping his focus averted from the endless abyss, the abyssal darkness That is his existence. That's why Dan's doing this.
Either way, it's kind of a win-win for me, honestly.
Nothing wrong with boozing up.
All right.
It depends. There is something. There's a time and place. Booze up because you enjoy it. Never, ever, ever booze up or make a habit of boozing up to push away the darkness. It just opens up more, okay? Drink when you enjoy it. I'm not opposed to people drinking now and then when they're dealing with shock, but do not make that a habit. There lies destruction.
No, is
You
it a
should
win-win?
sue me,
You're
for
gonna-
you?
Dan.
Hold on, you gonna
How
sue
do-
Mike from PA too? Mike from PA made the same. He did the same.
Nah,
shit.
because Mike from PA can get something out of it. This guy's just a fucking anime profile picture. It's nothing. Not an entertainer. Mike from PA as another creator, it's not worth it. Same
Doesn't make any sense. That makes no sense.
thing with. I mean, the only thing here is the fact that this guy is a direct relationship to Hassan. So I don't know the liability that goes upwards. I know that Hassan has an LLC that he does streaming through, right? Hassan doesn't stream it under his personal shit. He has an LLC that he has set up for it.
Yeah?
Yeah. Sorry, I figure if we're gonna keep talking about this, we might as well make them edit out the main video that's going on.
What the fuck is this?
If people are gonna clip
Nice.
it, I would like this to be in the background when they clip it. You know,
That's crazy.
be good shit. I mean, I was tragic. I didn't think to do this before, but it would be very. I would.
You know
like
what? That's
them to
not
have this in the
unhinged
background.
enough. Is there anything else that's
You know, you're right, Cherry. Hang on. I gotcha.
Anything more unhinged to do?
I can do it. I can do it for you.
anything more schizo to put up?
No, not really.
But the image of I'm Fuzi.
Oh, you
holding
mean
the
on the
sign that says
image?
he's not gay.
That's pretty good though.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, on the screen.
Go after the star names? True. As I said, I haven't figured out exactly what I'm going to do yet at this point. I'm still considering everything. I don't want anyone to think that I'm going one way or the other.
Biblically accurate Vosh, yes.
How long does this
Okay.
dance even go on?
It's a loop, you idiot. Do you think
it
she cut?
loops, obviously. If she were capable of exercising like this regularly, we wouldn't have this video.
That is not true.
So strange.
I feel like suing this guy for calling you a pedophile.
What are the symptoms of
kinda
diabetes?
makes
I might
you
have
look
it.
like a pedophile.
No, not really, because everything that he said was completely bullshit. I've never
Lethargy, weight gain. If your piss smells really sweet, get your blood tested.
met Diddy
No, yeah, I believe
once in
it's
my life.
bullshit.
Never even taken money from him, actually. Just taken money from a holding company that he was part of. So, like,
Yeah, that all seems very normal and reasonable.
no, but I see
And-
you forget. I don't give a shit if people like. I play Rust all day. Motherfuckers call you a pedophile all day, anyways, right? That just is what it is.
So you have no emotional damages from it. Thank you for establishing that, Dan. Thank you for establishing that if anyone did call you a pedophile, which thus far nobody seems to have, you've provided no proof of this, then you would have suffered no emotional damages at all. Well done, Dan. Live on air. Fantastic.
Yeah,
Beautiful.
sometimes your friends will call you a pedophile.
Oh,
for
if you're
fun.
worried about like Streisand effect, I don't give a fuck.
He doesn't give a fuck.
Yeah, that's
He doesn't give a fuck. Emotional damages. He doesn't give a fuck.
mostly what I mean.
Yeah, it's more like, dude, look on Twitter, bro. I'm getting a fucking pedophile comment every second. Is it gonna be every half second? Oh no.
Where? Where are these? I don't see them. Sue him, Dan.
Oh, true. Hold
Sue
on.
them, Dan. Do it.
Like,
Please.
come on, dog.
Can you not?
No, I don't want the sound. Don't give me the sound. There we go. All right. Paste. All right. Well.
Okay, how do you know if you have diabetes? Relly, do your feet feel like numb ever? Or are they easy to go numb?
Tagalog just
your
tipped
toes?
5.
No, but my
Dan.
hands kind of are.
You're a retard.
Uh-oh.
Hassan will pay for the lamb's lawyers or do a fundraiser for it. You will make the lamb a martyr.
No
This
more
is a
hug
bad
session.
tactic.
I guess that's it. They pieced out.
Some
I
people,
think you
some
would
people do
notice in your
think,
toes
Dan,
first.
that you might be like paying for this guy's legal bills or something. Sorry, that Hassan will pay for this guy's legal bills just
That's
because
fine.
it's against you.
That's fine. I don't give a shit. I'm gonna win in the end.
But you won't, though, Dan.
right? Like I do not care
But you won't, Dan.
if I went that route. If I go that route, I don't want to say that's like 100% I go that way. Like it might be more fun and more interesting for some guy that again says things like,
Brooks says, I also think it's really funny that a Rust player is a gigantic pussy. Well, he hasn't called in to show his proof yet, so I'm going to assume that's true.
fuck you, you Zionist bitch. Zionists are dogs.
It's also really funny watching him like delete Discord messages constantly, because he'll do that. He'll go into different chats and he'll basically embarrass himself, and then he'll use Redact to go through and, or I don't know if he uses Redact, but he'll delete all of his posts. I have some bad news for you, dear children. Everything you post on Discord is retrievable. Mm-hmm. Any channel that you are in, that you can be a part of, you can retrieve the Discord messages from, even deleted ones. It's all there forever. Forever. Those logs don't go away. Just so you know. Just so you know.
Like, I mean, this. Oh, hold on. I haven't even typed this other shit. Hold on, let me see. Like, the shit this guy says has been fucking unhinged. So, honestly, like, I think that just people should be held to the things that they've said. That's fine.
All right.
Instead of Keck W, he's a Jew, right? Nice.
Jesus. Are you reading
Yeah.
out this guy's logs or something from Hassan's chat? What are you doing?
Yeah, I'm going through some of his messages here.
By the way, guys, we did from the Kickbot donuts, we hit the $30 goal, so add an hour.
Hey,
to stream.
Dan, just so you know, somebody asking if someone is Jewish, that doesn't help you with a libel claim. Just so you know. Just so you know. He could have nefarious purposes, or he could not. For example, if earlier I was saying Biden's a Zionist as an example of a non-Jew who could be a Zionist, I could suddenly have a moment of wonder and go like, wait, Biden's not Jewish, right? Just to be clear. Do we know this? No? Okay, there we go. Yeah, it does work as an example. Boom. Non-anti-Semitic reason to ask, hey, this person's Jewish, right? That's possible. You have to prove, beyond the shadow of a doubt, Dan, you have to prove. You have to prove damages. You have to prove intent. You have to prove that this was intended as a statement of fact and not as a statement of opinion. And you have to prove reckless disregard for the truth. But here's the problem, Dan. All of these, and actual malice as well. But here's the problem, Dan. You can prove none of these. But they can prove all of them. They can prove all of them, Dan.
Feel free to donate more if you guys want to donate more. Why are my logs up on the fucking thing here?
What a weird loser. You ever thought that rich people can't be losers, guys? I gotta tell you, this is a strange world we live in.
It's fine though.
You see all the messages I sent to you?
Log?
No. No. This was this was the news. This is like this channel. The chat logs for that were up, but it was like links.
You know what's funny? Is this guy has a
Wait,
photo
can
of
Normie's
him.
not senior?
This guy has a photo of
No.
him being cucked, and he talks about other people being cucked all the time.
Yeah, does that remind you of someone, Dan? Does that remind you of someone, Dan? This person talks about people being cucked, and he's always being cucked, actually. Does that ring any bell? I feel like in the darkness of my brain, there's a flash of light somewhere. Some neurons are firing, and a connection is being drawn. A memory is being stirred. Does that remind you of anybody, Dan? Someone who accuses everybody else of being cucked, but is himself constantly being cucked. No? Okay,
Yeah,
me neither.
classic.
Yeah, I lost it.
Classic. It's a
obsession.
projection. They like want to get cucked, so they do the. How are you adding so many people to that video?
Yeah, so it's like classic projection. Classic projection. You're a pedophile, and you keep calling other people pedophiles. Classic projection. Classic projection.
We've got the best memers in the business in this Discord. Okay, that's how it
Why Sunday King shaming? I'm not shaming anybody. You do you, okay?
is,
Yeah, he's not doing it. Someone else made that.
guys.
Also, just real quick,
Yeah.
I have concern for Relly. Relly, you should get a blood test to check your iron levels. If
Ooh.
you're
I
not
probably have low iron.
diabetic,
Probably have
low
low iron.
iron would also cause that. I have an iron deficiency, so I get the
Probably got low iron.
coldness from it's low. It's bad.
He's
I just,
not even
like,
chatting in the
noodles?
second Hassan Discord. Guy's no fun.
Ooh. Thinking that he knows about the private Discord. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Relly, is it your fingertips? And is it your pinky and radiating out from your pinky? Like, is your pinky numb? No?
It feels like sometimes just I'm almost like worried the hand thing is carpal tunnel type shit, but it's like my whole hand. It's like somebody just squeezes at the wrist and then my whole hand becomes numb.
Is it true, Dan? Yeah, Relly, please, for the love of God, see a doctor. This Chaz undermodded. Are you volunteering?
I don't know about that. I don't have anything like that. I
Yeah,
do have the
if it
thing
was-
where like my elbow sits a certain way, and then like from the pinky, I think it's a nerve entrapment. Like if I on a computer too much, my pinky will like get tingly, and then it'll go into my third finger sometimes if I keep holding my arm that way. So I have to like move my arms around, make sure I don't like keep them locked in position at the elbow. I think it's an
Yeah,
elbow
but you're
thing.
but you're fat, right?
No,
No,
I thought you said you were fat.
I've never
he's got
said that.
fat energy. Like he's
Other
got
people
the
say
energy.
that,
Like he's a
which
fat
is fine. Other people say that because they want me to face reveal, but I'm not going to. I
No,
don't
it's
care.
Prove
your
you're not fat.
It's your smugness.
No,
You just
I will
smug
not.
people just always have like a fat aura around
I
them.
will just be your pay pig.
Gulag
Dude, my
underscore
fucking
Arch donated
you guys should see my
$3.
messages. I get so
Hassan
many
will start
messages
a
on Twitter
fundraiser
because I leave
and
my
will
DMs
community
open,
fund legal fees for
and
the law.
I get
The
the
only thing Dan
craziest
will
shit
do
in
is
there.
give Hassan a text
He gets the craziest shit. Are we going to see his DMs? Is he going to show us his DMs?
You got how many dick
Um,
pics in there? Be honest.
No, it's not dick pics. It's mostly death threats and things along those lines. That's the type of stuff
Oh, sorry. My mistake. He's literally Brianna Wu.
that you can get used to. It's about like
You're going to show us?
50-50 death threats and thanks for what you're doing,
You're going to show us?
I guess.
Yeah, that's Brianna Wu.
Mix.
Dan, show
Nice.
us, please.
Which
Please.
is pretty good.
Dan, expose these anti-Semitic monsters in your DMs. I want to see their... I think that their identities should be known, Dan. Show us, please.
If you consider the average amount of,
Brianna
Jews are a
Wu.
very small
That's good.
form of the population.
You ever get both? I think it's so funny when people say that they're like jerking off to me, but they want me to kill myself.
No, the most common thing that you get right now is people that do the concern troll. I don't. It's like a very new thing that people do. They're like, "Damn, bro, you crashing out. I'm genuinely
Lamb
concerned
just
for
tipped
you.
$5.
I need you
Crash
to
out
go
comments.
and
Dan,
I need you
sue me if you
to
dare.
take some meds. I'm
Zionist
so worried
warmonger.
about you."
Your
When did this
imperialist takes
become
reek of bloodlust.
like back in my
Touch
day?
grass, you
they'd be like,
neoliberal ghoul. I
I
will
don't
keep
know.
spreading
This is
truth.
not a good insult overall.
It's not.
Nah, it's not good.
Like telling someone to get on meds, you're kind of like wishing the best for them. It's like
Dan, I wish the best for you.
weird.
Was that really Comrade Lab? I kind of assume it wasn't Comrade Lab for real, or that would be odd. He was donating to me right now.
Nice money for you.
What did that last message say? Because I was listening to
It
Dan.
called Dan a Zionist warmonger, which makes me think that it's not him. It was just like it was like saying Dan sue me. It was just a meme. It's just
To be clear, Dan is not a Zionist warmonger. Dan doesn't know what Zionism is, and I would be very surprised if he knows what wars are happening in the world today.
a meme.
Oh, okay.
Not the real guy. Not the real guy. No reason to think it's the real guy. All right. No reason. Read the dono? Sure, I'll read the dono real quick.
Read the dono. I
Dan,
want to
sue
hear
me
it.
if you dare, Zionist warmonger. Your imperialist takes reek of bloodlust. Touch grass, you neoliberal ghoul. I will keep spreading the truth. It's literally just memes. It's all memes.
Wasn't that? You mean a kick donation or what?
It was
Doesn't that go to your
Kickbot.
actual PayPal?
This one does not, no.
All right,
Oh.
I'm going to run to the washroom, and then we are going to continue. All right, we're back. We're not going to go for much longer on this. I think we're basically done.
That's a shame.
The Streamlabs stuff does, but not this stuff. This stuff I just get like payout settings with them.
Nice.
Goes directly to the bank account.
And I'm pretty sure even if it did, you
I don't know.
wouldn't
That
share
was
people's
almost
information.
too good. I think that's a fake one. There's too many ists, like you're a neo-colonialist, neoliberal, imperialist, bloodlust, etc.
So,
You know?
so,
Yeah.
so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think he did way too many of the memes. All right. This guy was really just do a couple memes. Actually, he'd probably just donate some insane shit. Why not? Why would he
he's
donate
talking
with his
about-
name?
he's
He
talking
just
about the
donate
dono,
Crazy
right.
shit.
Go fucking wild, bro. You can
Yeah.
spend whatever money you want on this dude.
People should be spending money, yes. I'm 90%
Well,
sure
Jerry
J-Stock
throwing it
now
back
knows
on
my
his
real
lawn?
name. Thanks to TTS.
What that
It
is?
is. Yeah, that's what that is. Yeah.
Okay, that's not actually me.
That is an actual
He's-
video of Cherry dancing. Is how Cherry dances.
It's
IRL.
it's not. Not.
The twerking isn't the worst. Oh.
This is exactly what a psychotic break starts like. Oh, this is this is perfect. Too perfect, maybe. Yeah, it's something. Something's going on with Dan. Something is going on with Dan. Do we have? Oh, Dan. Oh, Dan. Oh, Dan. Oh, Dan. Dan, Danny, Dan. This is how it ended. So, as many of you know, yesterday my Twitch account was indefinitely suspended. This action is not unexpected from a company who banned all Israeli signups for a year and then attempted to sweep it under the rug. By the way, they didn't ban all Israeli signups for a year. They disabled email-only verification to prevent people from creating alt accounts and spamming gore content while there was a massive Israeli counteroffensive underway after October 13th. And then after massive restructuring, after losing a lot of employees and staff, it slipped through the cracks. Nobody turned it back on. But throughout this entire time, and we have Dan admitting this on stream, by the way, to me, it's all live on my channel. It's there. You can find it forever, Dan. That actually, no, Israeli citizens were able to sign up via phone verification, which means Israel wasn't banned. Leaving aside the fact that Israel does not mean Jews. Israel is a geographic region. It's a state. It includes people of all ethnicities and religions and creeds and so on and so forth. It's the only democracy in the Middle East, you know. So, that being the case, you can't even claim it's anti-Semitic. Because Palestinians who rely for their internet on Israeli infrastructure, at least until, you know, the IDF destroyed it all, they were also forced to use phone-only verification. And they were probably the principal targets, by the by. They probably didn't want people showing gore from Gaza, because that looks very bad for Twitch. It's not the kind of content they want on there. It makes it not very family-friendly. They're not very open-minded about that kind of thing. Dan has an identity crisis. He's getting old. He's getting close to getting old. And he's realizing that despite having money, he's done nothing with his life, and he has nothing going on in here. How to solve this? Frankly, I'm surprised they had not taken this action much earlier in the past few weeks. I have ran 24/7 broadcasts explaining how to do activism against Twitch's advertisers, set up websites dedicated to showcasing their bias and moderation, and expose information about deep-rooted racism in the executive and trust and safety team. The fact it took this long is almost A-ode. N-ode, Dan. A-N-N-ode. To the incompetence of Twitch. Or they're giving you special treatment, Dan. Or they're being lenient. That actually speaks very well to them, just so you know. Or, actually, that's a bit of a problem. Let's run with your theory. Twitch is incompetent. Well, if Twitch is incompetent, then their decisions are motivated by negligence. and incompetence. They aren't able to keep track of the things they do or the things they have to do, which means, Dan, not disabling the disabling of email-only verification for Israel after a massive restructuring could also be incompetence. Ergo, it cannot definitionally be anti-Semitic, which would imply a specific motive. That doesn't work. That doesn't work at all. You actually need them to be super competent and for them to do everything for a reason. That's kind of integral to your whole campaign here. As for the ban, it seems that someone was definitely watching my account like a hawk. As the moment I went to start the process of deleting my partnered, never banned / suspended / warned account, it was banned a few minutes later. True, however, also, at around the same time as this, apparently, you also doxed and threatened a moderator for Hassan Piker, someone who works for a Twitch affiliate or partner, who probably asked Twitch directly to deal with this because you were harassing one of his staff. Just so you know. Which you must know. You're not that stupid, surely, Dan. Surely not. For most other streamers on the platform, being banned would have a high likelihood of creating devastating financial impact with no recourse. Twitch likes to treat its streamers, its primary asset, as if they are disposable bags of meat that can be discarded or manhandled. Well, yes, banning Dan Saltman is an attack on Twitch partners. It's an attack on Twitch streamers. The truth is that Twitch is almost certainly in violation of several laws that should give more protection to its streamers / workers. I would ask yourself if you feel like being a Uber driver is more or less restrictive than being a Twitch streamer. Wow. Why would you write all this? Look how long this thing is. Like, why? This is so dumb. This is so dumb, Dan. Why? Like many past banned streamers, and despite promises to the contrary from Twitch over the years, I still have no direct action to point to for my ban, and I am not expecting one to come. Good. Is it because I directly expose some, but not all Twitch employees that have been blatantly racist? Well, obviously not, or as you put earlier, they would have banned you before. It's because you doxed one of Hassan's mods, you idiot. Is it because I have been involved in the creation of multiple websites that are designed to pressure Twitch to remove its CEO? They'd be in their rights to, Dan, just so you know, but they didn't. They let you do that. Is it because of a targeted activist campaign to pressure the advertisers to leave Twitch? They don't need to keep you there, Dan. You're a contractor. They don't owe you a spot there, Dan. That's not how that works. Because of my incessant Twitter posting as replies to near every Twitch tweet, because I stated the name of an anime PFP Hassan moderator who was engaging in direct, on-site, by the way, harassment. No, he wasn't. Are you brain damaged? Is he fucking brain damaged? What harassment? What's the harassment, Dan? What, mentioning you? Mentioning you isn't harassment. You harassed him. Very much so. You also doxed him. You're not allowed to do that to Twitch partners. That's not allowed. Because they know I'm in direct communication with several congressional members and that reckoning is coming. There's a reckoning coming, guys. Because I'm sorry, that just hit me really funny. Because I have exposed the chat history of some of the most anti-Semitic, vile people. Who? Who, Dan? Dan, who? Show me. Where? I haven't seen this. DM it to me. Show me. I'll show it on screen, please. Do it right now. Do it. No. The reason is far more simple. We are winning the war and they can no longer ignore the fallout. First they ignore you, then they laugh at you, then they fight you, and then you win. Statement may be true after all. Dan, I want you to get your water checked. Okay? I want you to get your water checked, because just get your water checked. The truth is, the ban reason doesn't matter. I have already rescinded my partnership agreement and requested account deletion. I have zero interest in appealing this ban. Again, I was in the process of deleting my account prior to the ban. Checkmate. For those of you out there asking what it means for the mission and the campaign, the answer is simply onwards and forwards. We will still aggressively be pushing for accountability from all fronts. Twitch is the last far-left ultra-woke website, and it exists in a sea of very hostile Republican-held waters. You're very pleased with that, Dan. He's very excited about there being a Trump presidency. It's really wonderful. This guy voted for Trump. I'm calling it right now. Who the fuck is this? Who cares? This is nobody. This is genuinely nobody. 1.4 thousand likes. 1.4 thousand likes. That's sad. That's like a Demon Mama tweet. That's like a low tier Demon Mama tweet. But this is Dan's Braveheart speech. In the coming days and weeks, you will see significant inroads made on cracking the shell of this hateful organization. In the meantime, the best that you can do is to continue to call your local representatives and continue to reach out to advertisers. I'm Shadow the Hedgehog for some reason. Showcasing them the hatred Twitch allows out in the open. Underneath this post, find instructions on how to do just that. Can you imagine using Redact after this guy's just like openly doxed multiple people? Openly threatened multiple people with their private information? Oh yeah, I'm hoarding pictures of Dan Clancy and his kids from Facebook. I got everything. I'm looking into his past. Exactly. You're fired. Fine, I quit. Woo is on Wick right now saying we need to work with the far right. Aw. Wick, time to show some balls. God, she's such a loser. God, she is such a loser. Okay. I'm gonna click on that next, and then we're gonna do Jordan Peterson after we bored ourselves with that, okay? We're gonna finish this though very quickly. In the end, I'm in a unique position where I can take the entirety of the heat and hatred for those who are discriminated against on Twitch. Especially for the disabled American veterans, of which streamers have never been held accountable for their statements. I am not a perfect crusader, but I never claimed to be. I am simply a retired, slightly psychotic Rust player who has too much free time and doesn't fear the backlash of holding others accountable. Hold Destiny accountable, Dan. Hold Destiny accountable for falsely calling people pedophiles. You won't, because you are a coward, Dan. You're a coward. You're a bitch. You're brain damaged. You're stupid. You're a man-child. And you got jowls. Worse than me. So, there. However, those who have reached out to me thanking me for my work has given me significant hope and pride. You have no pride, Dan. With much love, Dan Saltman. And I don't know how to read this. It looks like Hylian or something. So anyways, let's watch Brandon Wu quickly tell us why we need to coordinate with the far right, okay? Oh my god, what the fuck happened to her? What? Okay. Brooks, how far back? What? Did she change since I last saw her? What happened? Half her face is gone. 5 minutes, maybe 10? Let's go 12, okay?
Like, actual pain. And I don't know the correct answer here. I don't know how best to navigate this, because I won't lie to you, right? Like, the economy's not in the shitter, right? But it's not the best. So how do we navigate this? What do we think?
It's the entire thing. This stream's like an hour long. Brooks. It's like an hour and a half. What do you mean this entire thing?
This conversation with Artemis actually several times over the past 6 months or so. And I basically said, like, okay, so you have this data, right? And people are reporting experiences, lived experiences that don't line up with the data. So either the government is just lying about the data, which is possible, but I think unlikely.
Yes.
Or the people are lying about their experiences, which is possible, but I think even more unlikely. Or the data is failing to capture some other effect that we just don't know about yet. And I said that's number 3 is probably the answer there, is that there's probably something else happening with the economy that makes it look good on paper and doesn't feel all that good to the actual people who are living it.
To counter that, just a moment to push back on that, like the argument from people like Will Stancil, right? I'm not sure if you're familiar with him on Twitter and things like that.
Of course.
Would be that, well, the reason that they're reporting this...
She's sick or something? Her voice is sounding rough.
...is because they have been psyoped by the media and social media, and it was a psyop by the right wing to make everyone feel bad about the economy, whereas the economy was actually fine. How would you answer that?
I mean, I think that's probably part of it. I think there's definitely some people who see things on social media, and that, like, a great example is that there's people who say, man, the price of food has really gone up. And they'll go to their own grocery store, and then they'll see that the price of food has gone up. And then their friends will say the same thing. But then they'll also see 20 different social media posts of people from different parts of the world saying so that prices have gone up. And that might only capture part of what's going on, but they still see it reinforced in social media. So social media is a part of it as well. There's
Rickside, thank you for the $4.99. Much appreciated.
Definitely a vibe session, as they call it, element to this, but it's not all that as well.
Oh, theory, of course, but we're already doing theory, guys. I'm giving you a freebie for theory. Free theory today. There's a new Jordan Peterson that dropped. And it's nutso, apparently.
I think now we're at a point where real wages have caught up, but for a long time that
calling a man a bitch is a bitch move. No, timing you out for 5 minutes to demonstrate my power is a bitch move.
That wasn't the case. Like, inflation was solved, but it still took like another year for wages to catch back up. So people were still feeling it in the interim. And even if it catches up, you're still going to be behind because you've only got back to baseline, right?
JBP isn't theory; it's bad theory.
Like if you're like, I remember Artemis sent me an article of more people than ever have been using their credit cards to pay for essentials.
Shortcut Taco doesn't understand how data works. It's either data is false or an individual lie, or maybe it's that data explicitly is molar and eliminates unique experience. Shortcut Otaku is a moron. Shortcut Otaku's entire career is pretending to be me, and it's weird. It's very weird.
We're talking like rent and food and stuff, right? And it's like, well, even if they get caught back up, even if their wages are now going up again, and the it's matching inflation again, they're still going to have that debt from before. Catching back up isn't enough to pull them out of the hole that they had to go into to survive, right? So it's still not going to feel like a true catch up. And then also, I think there's just no, in fact, I know there's a psychological effect here because I used the book in my Bayesian video like last month, where basically psychologically humans take losses worse than equivalent wins as they take them well. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's
thinking fast and slow.
It feels worse to lose even if you gain. Like, so if you gain 20% of an income boost, that feels less good than 20% loss in income feels bad.
Yeah. So the book is Thinking Fast and Slow. It's a psychology book, and he basically said that if you have like if you gain $100 and then you feel like 100 happiness points or whatever, if you lost $100, your average person feels like 140 sadness points. So we take losses worse than how well we take gains, and that is a documented psychological effect. So I think when like someone sees prices go up, they feel bad about it, and then they see their wage go up, and they're not going to, even if it goes up in an equivalent manner, they're not going to feel as good about it. And also, when they see prices go up,
this is incredibly boring, Brooks. Where's please let me know where the thing is that you saw.
They're going to blame the government or the corporations or something. But when they see their wage go up, they're going to be like, "Oh, I'm a good worker. I just got a raise.
That. Yeah,
I did that. Yeah." So like, and these aren't unreasonable feelings, but I do think that they add up and they lead to a feeling that things might be worse than they actually are. And that's not to say that things aren't bad, because things are also still quite bad. You know, I'm not trying to downplay the actual.
How has Wick stayed at 6.91K subscribers for like an entire year, while having Destiny and Brianna Wu and Short Fat Otaku and all number of like fairly large figures on constantly. I guess nobody wants to watch Wick.
The actual pain people are feeling either.
It's a hard needle to thread, right? Because you want to be accurate in your reporting, but you also don't want to like just shit on people either that are.
It's like a few minutes from now. Okay.
And they're always going to suffer. Let me finish these super chats and they are the fake leftists. And there's just type of person on the left. And
Okay.
these exist.
Here we go. I want to hear this. Type person on the left. I bet he's talking about me.
10 years, 12 years actually, is we've decided that to paint these people as evil, as Satan, as terrible. There's a type of person on the left, and
Yeah, we painted Republicans as evil when all they want to do is persecute gender and sexual minorities and put homeless people into camps and round up immigrants and destroy the economy by destroying the workforce. And that's all. And fund Russia, fund genocide. That's all they want to do. But they're not bad guys. They're not evil. They just want to destroy the world and half of everyone in it. That's all.
these exist on the right in a mirror image too, but there's a type of person on the left that is waiting to call you not a real leftist.
Wick, you're not only not a real leftist, I'm not even sure. I'm not even sure you're a real mole rat. I think it's just a costume. I think there's a handsome devil hiding under there.
Yeah.
They're just waiting.
Yep.
They're waiting for you to have one Republican take, to have one
100%.
thing to do, to be able to say, see, I told you all along they weren't really with us, right? They
One
are the
thing.
fake leftists.
One thing, Wick. You fuckers were cheerleading murdering children for an entire year. One thing. For an entire year. Your entire like activism for the Dems was, oh, look guys, the leftists are really bad. All the people that are represented by the other party, they're the real problem. They're really bad. All the causes they represent, they're really bad. You were doing pro-Trump propaganda from go. It's like a fucking psyop. It's like your entire role was to make us, I say us, was to make the Democrats look as evil and incompetent as possible, and to make the people who support them or who represent the values they pretend to have are as evil and duplicitous as possible. That was your entire input. And guess what? Nobody cared. Nobody cared at all. And now that Kamala lost catastrophically due to that and the incompetence of your entire approach, now you're talking about basically blaming leftists? What?
And I think that has contributed to the pushing people out. Like Joe Rogan.
That's so stupid. These people are so fucking stupid. These people are so stupid. Trump was very effective at going to places, campaigning, and winning over populations. That's what Trump was good at doing. Kamala was not. Kamala didn't do that. That's it. Trump did not win because of blue and pink-haired leftists on the internet being annoying to Brianna Wu. Arguably, the left had no impact in this election at all. Such as the scale of Kamala's loss. I guess magnitude would be a better word. And then we're talking about Joe Rogan as a leftist? We're talking about, like, who? Brianna Wu's? These people are... You're not leftists, dude. You're establishment shills. Wannabe establishment shills that are rejected. You're just praying, begging for a seat at the table. You're spineless. You are the people who are going to be cast out when the Democrats reorganize to try and win the next election, because people like you are a dead end, an evolutionary dead end, and everybody can tell. the Greens might have cost Dems the Pennsylvania state race. The Pennsylvania state race would not have saved Kamala. It was bad.
Used to be a liberal, believe it or not.
Yep.
What was the actual? Hang on. I don't think that's true. I think it's unlikely. Let's see. It's actually an article from 3 hours ago. The latest in the case, Casey McCormick, U.S. Senate recount. Let's see. No, it doesn't really work. Here we go. We got the results here. Trump won at 50.4%. Kamala lost at 48.7%. Jill Stein got 0.5%. That's a difference of over 0.5%. Jill Stein voters... Sorry, let me rephrase that. Leftists who would have voted for Kamala instead of Jill Stein, voting Jill Stein out of protest against Kamala, they would not have saved this. This had no meaning. This is one of the reasons why people like Bad Empanada, who are advising leftists to not vote for the Democrats, were stupid. Yeah, I know, Wig. I realize that. That's why I switched articles. Because isn't not voting the issue? Not really. I mean, yeah, but also no. The issue here primarily is that the Kamala campaign was extraordinarily weak. Extraordinarily weak. No doubt things like limply critiquing a ongoing massacre in Gaza for over a year and looking weak and disoriented did not help. It did not help drum up passion for the Democratic cause, because there was nothing to have passion for. But the issue is that Dems did not project the interests of the voters as it, yeah, basically. Kamala's campaign was not Trump. Kamala's campaign was not Trump after a year of... What does that mean? See, for the average person, that doesn't mean anything. Well, the Dems have better policies. Fuck policy. Nobody cares. Nobody thinks about that. Yeah. Kamala got 8 million less votes than Biden in 2020. 8 fucking million. Yeah. It was bad. It was really bad. It was so bad. As a Canadian, a part of me is grateful at your expense. A dark part of me is grateful. Because we have a we have a conservative landslide incoming. Why? Because the liberals have been incompetent. Massively incompetent. And they own flubbing elements of COVID. And our money isn't worth anything. And people can't get jobs, and people can't start businesses, and so on and so forth. And it's looking bad. So the Conservative Party is doing very, very well in the polls. Astonishingly so. My hope, my naive hope, is because of the cultural bleed over, and because of the leaning into some of the same tactics as the Trump campaign in America, is that the shit that goes down on your end of the border will help us on our end of the border. Maybe. I'm not that hopeful, though. I think we're going to have I think we are damned to live in interesting times.
How about this week? You know, on my new show, which Dev has not come on yet.
Dollcast,
he won't hang
right?
out with three. He won't Dollcast. He won't hang out with 3 hot trans girls and me.
I'll come on it. Just let me know when.
Yeah. All right.
That's because you have no viewers, Brianna. That's why he doesn't want to come on.
Gotta come hang out with Taff and me. No, but what I was gonna say is, like, we invited Colin Wright on the show. Now, Wick, my entire job, the thing I literally get paid to do, is I have a really, really wide network of people that I've met over my career, and this skill of being able to pass legislation or get projects off the ground by.
But you haven't gotten any projects off the ground. Every single thing you have touched has turned to lead. Everything you have touched has ended in personal embarrassment for you and scandals for everybody else. You got kicked out of Progressive Victory because you were just insufferable to deal with. You are a political staph infection.
Bringing a bunch of people together is something I have just because I'm always talking to people and making friends. And on Dollcast, we brought in Colin Wright, who is someone who, let's be really clear.
And now we have
your podcast with Colin Wright got you 965 views in 3 days. Just so you know. Nobody's watching, Brianna.
He said some stuff I really don't agree with trans women. But I also know at his core, he has some ideas that I can agree with, right? And I just want, like, the entire mission of our show.
Yeah, like what? Does he hate brown people too, Brianna? Is that it?
Is trans politics is so toxic and so crazy that the idea of 4 moderate trans women willing to have goddamn conversations with people is.
But you're not willing to have conversations with people. You block every single person who challenges you on anything. Your entire project is to be one of the good ones, to sell out every other trans person so that you can get what? Compensation for the fact that you wasted your entire adult life desperately trying to be a micro celebrity but being too fucking foul to stay in the spotlight without people despising you for any length of time?
The most radical thing you've ever heard. So we bring in Colin Wright, and I must have gotten like 300 or 400 angry people screaming at me.
Show us the DMs, Brianna, or you're lying.
How dare you bring him on?
Show us the DMs, Brianna, or you're lying.
Thinks X, Y, and Z. You know, it's just like they hold so much power over trying to deplatform certain people because they are so afraid of like building that bridge. And this is just a dead playbook. Why?
It's a dead playbook? Brianna, you lost. You lost catastrophically. You are the moribund husk of an old regime that has shown that its years are very numbered. You lost. You're a loser, Brianna. You're a rich loser. You're all rich losers. Your entire existence is to expend massive amounts of capital for nothing. To make everybody hate you for nothing. That's your grand accomplishment. Is to not grow, is to fail. Every project that you have initiated or started or taken part in has been an abortion of tremendous magnitude. That's a good thumbnail, actually. Editor. That Brianna shot right here? That's a good thumbnail. That's good.
One of the things that I get accused of all the time is being a war hawk. And
nobody accuses you of anything, Wick. You're not an entity. Nobody thinks about you.
I mean, there is... Look, I like Pax Americana. Okay, I'm not going to lie. But, like, at the end of the day, I want peace in Ukraine. I want the war to end. And you know what, gang? The war can end.
She is literally croaking God. That throat condition she has, that's not... It's going faster than I thought.
As soon as Putin gets back across the borders, then we can have peace, right? But until
same thing with Hamas.
Yeah, so Trump won because of you losers, and that's not going to happen now. Now, Ukraine's going to be pressured into accepting a loss of territory, and Russia's incursions are going to become fixed. And then, in however many number of years from now, Those borders are going to creep forward a little bit. Well done. These people are losers. These people are expensive losers, the worst kind.
Boss!
Yes.
Same thing.
They just release a hostage.
Give up the
We're good.
hostages. Just
You
give them
know?
up.
And
Every time Brianna talks,
if after the hostages are released, or after Russia retreats behind the borders, and then shit's still going on, we can have a different conversation, right? But as it stands
hey,
now,
remember when Wick was promoting a Nazi's book, advertising that this was funded by Progressive Victory a little while ago? Yeah.
now, Russia, like in 2004, we had a bunch of countries join NATO, okay? Because Putin was threatening them, right? They were like, we think that Putin's going to come and take us back because we just left Russia a decade or two ago, right? And Putin's making some noise that he wants to come back and get us, right? And so they're like, can we join NATO? And that was allowed, and we let him in, right? Putin has made no, again, watch the Tucker Carlson interview, of all things, right? He's made no mystery of it, what he wants. He wants greater Russia. He wants all the territory that he lost, the USSR lost back. He wants Poland, and he's just going to keep going until he's stopped. So this idea that we can just sit and watch and nothing bad will happen and peace will be in our time, I'm sorry to rant on this, but it bothers me on a fundamental level.
So I had a conversation with Artemis about this today, in fact, and he actually showed me a poll, and it was a poll showing that the majority of Ukrainians, for the first time, do not want to continue the war. They now want to settle peace somehow. They want to meet, and the majority of them are actually willing to give up some territory. So it seems like their fighting spirit is kind of waning at this point. And my view of it has always been, it isn't America's war because they're not part of NATO, but I mean it's still good to help them out, to send them supplies and stuff. However, it has to basically the Ukrainians have to be the ones who are running this operation.
Rig and aerial, drop it. Cal, time people out if they don't comply. Okay.
This is their show, right? And if they want to keep fighting, then we should give them everything that they need to keep fighting. And if they want peace, then we should respect that as well.
Certainly.
So,
like again, if the Ukrainian people, right, as a whole, and not just one poll, I'm not going to go after one poll, right? Like if and they can do this through their government channels. If they want peace, I think we should put them in the best position to get peace. In fact, one of Trump's appointments recently was actually someone that.
Hey, remember how Netanyahu refused a peace deal by Hamas? Because he really wanted to invade Rafah and displace the entire population? Yeah, I remember that. I remember that. Yep. Yep. By the way, ICJ just issued arrest warrants for Netanyahu, Gallant, and the commander of Hamas over war crimes. That's your boy, Wick. That's what's going down in the history books. And the Republicans won because the only thing the Democrats could think of to hold on to their voting base was to kill as many children as possible. It's amazing. It's beautiful.
I'm not totally against. Mike Waltz made some statements about Ukraine and what he feels with Ukraine, and he wants to kind of bring both parties to the table. But he's like, yeah, I think we just need to make Russia suffer enough to get there. So he mentioned specifically using real sanctions on Russia in order to, like, especially their gas and oil and their other energy productions, and to kind of strangle them that way. And two, to again, just like what Biden did recently, authorize Ukrainians to use weapons to fight back in Russian soil. And so I was actually kind of impressed with that pick. But then the next day he put out all those other picks, and I was like, okay, whatever. Right, but
so here's the issue, right? Because I mean, it is just one poll, but it still has some value. However, under Ukrainian law, they're not going to have an election to see that poll realized, right? Because until the state of emergency is over, there are no elections, and elections
Trudeau said that Netanyahu would be arrested if he set foot in Canadian soil, by the way. Rare Canada win. Don't give him too much credit. That was easy for him to do because he's going to lose.
Are pretty much on hold until a maximum of 6 months after the state of emergency ends. So either Zelensky has to respect the fact that his people are starting to not want war anymore, or if he decides to unilaterally keep pushing for war and not come to the peace table, despite the fact that these people might not want it anymore.
They have a massive problem in Ukraine with all the conscripts that they're sending in, just fleeing the battle. Just deserting. Why? Because at this point, you have a deeply impoverished and deeply tired military run by an authoritarian state. And it's not going well. It's not going well at all. It's not looking good. Not looking good right now. Very much not looking good.
Then we have to have a conversation of should we keep supporting him? Because now it's like,
point?
because like if Zelensky for some reason decides to keep using his authority to not sue for peace, even as it becomes more obvious that his people want that, then the West should say, okay, listen, if this is what you're doing, we're not going to support you at this point, because now it's clear that it's not even in the interest of your own people to keep doing this, right? There is some line that has to be drawn on the other side as well.
But I'm asking what that line is, right? Because I agree with you. Like if obviously it becomes obvious that it's not just like 51%, but an overwhelming majority is like, okay, enough. Because I'd have to look at the poll, because asking Ukrainians,
I'll dig it up real quick. Hold on.
do you want peace?
Yeah.
I mean, sure, okay, right? But what does that even mean? So I'll have to look at the poll and the phrasing and things like that.
Well, it means if you're conscripting people who are in the sunset of their life to go fight a war with little to no material compared to what they used to have. You have a Trump presidency coming in that's going to encourage the enemy. And you have massive attrition. And you have a not democracy behind you. And just everyone's tired. That's what that looks like. Wick, you wouldn't understand this because you've never done anything in your life. Genuinely, he's never done anything in his life. He what did he do? He was like in the Air Force. I don't think he was ever deployed. I don't think he did anything. And now he's just, I don't know, what is he, living with his parents? Like, what is he doing? What does he do? How is he still alive? Like, didn't he like lose, is Peavy still paying him? Is he still getting money from Progressive Victory? Like, surely he's not surviving off of his ad revenue.
While y'all are doing that, the one thing I really can I change topics slightly? Because this is the one thing I really wanted to talk to today. So we touched on this at the beginning of the show a bit, but this is really heavy in my mind. I mean, what in your mind, like we're talking about the future of the Democratic Party, what in y'all's mind is the future of the Democratic Party and trans rights? Because I think this is a top thing that we've got to chart.
Yeah. See, advocating for trans people, not allowing the mass dehumanization of your constituency. That's why the Republicans won. They beat you to the punch in throwing away the interests and lives and desires of the people who you ostensibly represent. That's what they did. That's why Trump won. Got it. That's it, Brianna.
And I think like we were talking earlier about like the capture by younger staffers pushing towards like a maximalist position on a lot of stuff. And I think we've talked about,
why does this President Sunday guy only react to other content? He is very about criticizing other streamers. Jesus, how embarrassing for you to actually say that. What an embarrassing thing to say.
About this focus group.
Harry Buxley, please call in and complain or else you're banned, because I find you disgusting.
Where I think that they've like gone and looked at trans people and said like, this is the maximally safe message to have. It's really clear to me this is not have a feature at all. So what do
Sorry, motherfucker, I'm just telling you what I see. Well, then you're gone. Bye-bye.
Y'all think the future of like trans support looks like in the Democratic Party? Because to me, it looks like we say, okay, look, we're going to stop today. this nonsense of trans women and women.
I hate these people so much. I hate these stupid motherfuckers. Why are you just reacting to what other people say on the internet about politics? Because we cover politics, and people talking about politics is politics. You morons, you clowns, you buffoons.
In sports. Like, I think the argument is more complicated.
Write your own books and don't use any primary sources. That's cheating.
Than the conservatives are saying. But I'm sorry, I need HRT.
That's because I only watch Destiny because he reads the Federalist Papers on stream, and he tells other people to fuck his wife while he's cheating on her with white nationalists with a butt plug in.
More than 600 people need to play in professional sports. It's a losing issue. Over 75% of people.
Also, 2S's on the way, right? They're coming, okay? I'm busy here. Also, we had a freaking windstorm, which I'm going to use as an excuse for next week. Okay, look, we had delays due to COVID, all right? They're coming.
Do not agree with this, and fairness is just tapped into people's brains. It's a losing issue. It makes the public hate us. That's got to be gone.
We got to get rid of trans people. It's a losing issue. That's how civil rights got won. We stopped advocating for black people because it was a losing issue. You fucking moron. You losers. You bunch of losers. You lost by millions. Your generation of Democrats obliterated every gain that liberals had made over the past 50 years. She's really hitting that Blair White shtick. Yeah, but the difference is that Blair White isn't aging like Palpatine right now. Like, you want to know how you know there's a god? Her voice is degenerating. And oh my god, she is going to be grisly in 10 years. Grisly. And we're going to be there for it. It's going to be beautiful. Because you want to know what's going to happen? You're going to have a whole lot of... you're going to have a bunch of people following Brianna's advice on the Dem side. And you're going to have a proliferation of liberated right-wingers on the other side. There is going to be no mercy. No mercy at all. Because, you guys are playing on easy mode. Now it's hard mode. Now you're just the weak link in the chain for a losing side.
I also think the Democratic Party needs to be really clear and say, look, if a gender diverse child comes out, we want to stand for non-bullying. That's reasonable because those children exist. I was one of those children.
Yeah, you were one of those children. And your entry into politics was advocating for a racial segregationist. So really, for Brianna, this is all very nice, just coming back to her roots.
This project of introducing curriculum to cause children to deeply question their gender.
But they don't do that. The curriculums don't do that. The curriculi, which is the plural of curriculum, by the way, introduce the existence of other genders. That's it. That's it, Brianna. How does she believe that crap? Because she's stupid and she's worthless. That's why. Because she's a worthless person who wouldn't be able to make it as an e-girl if she tried. Bluntly, that's what it comes down to. Brianna's only interest in all of this is to just be a famous person on the internet. That's why back during Gamergate, the one event that she keeps bringing up in every conversation, because it's the only time she actually felt wanted or noticed. She had to lie about stuff that happened to her. She wasn't a game developer. She didn't make shit. She paid other people to make a very, very poor thing based on her very, very poor artwork. It was terrible. It was panned. Very low quality. And she hit it home and did the Keffels thing. She lied about stuff that was happening to her. Meanwhile, her critics were calling her literally who? Nobody cared about her. She wasn't an entity. Did you even play the game, though? I refunded it, but I did. It's terrible. It was actually terrible. Like, it was ill. It was terrible to the point of I felt offended at playing it.
I saw a form for an 8-year-old the other day asking if they identified as trans mask.
Really? Where'd you see the form, Brianna? You gonna show us the form, or are you just gonna make that up?
Like, there's no reason an 8-year-old needs to be asking if they identify as trans mask.
But Brianna, you're trans femme. You were disowned by your family for being trans. What do you mean? What do you mean? So you managed to, you got a bunch of money to transition safely, so why is she in 8-year-old's medical records? That is an excellent question. Where is this form from, Brianna? Show us.
Is insane. So I think that, like, we've got to...
Like, just so you know, here's why people become homophobic and then have sex with male prostitutes. Because they grow up with their sole exposure to non-heterosexuality being pedophiles and incest. So they associate these things together. And there's deep shame and deep disgust, because these things elicit disgust and shame by themselves. And then they get older, and they hit puberty, and stuff happens, and they associate these things with pedophilia and incest, because this is how it is depicted, and mental illness. Why? How did they depict trans women in media in the 90s? Because they did, by the way. It's usually a confused uncle figure who wears a dress one day, and it's a gag. It's a one-off. Then they get better afterwards. After everyone's walking around them looking. That's how it works. Gay people, it's the elderly professor or the cool uncle, quote unquote, or someone like that, who ends up touching their nephew or student's thigh unexpectedly. And that's how people conceptualize their sexuality before they even had one, before they even hit puberty, before they knew what that was. That's how you fuck kids up, by the way, is you make them prematurely disgusted at the identity they end up adopting because of how they end up being. There's been good trans rep in older shows, yeah, but they're few and far between. Cowboy Bebop is a rare case.
Step away from this fringe, like, ideas when it comes to transgender support and hold a hard line. And to me, a hard line means access to healthcare, access to legal gender change, access to the public commons, meaning...
Riddle me this, Brianna. How do you legally change your gender if you're not allowed to conceptualize your gender?
Bathrooms. But
why does she just like the guy ones? Beats me. Brianna's crazy. That's the thing you need to understand. Brianna Wu is broken. She is mentally ill. She is unwell. She is unfit to be in public. She is a deeply, deeply damaged, deeply twisted human being. And someday she'll go away, and nobody will remember her. And that's that.
I think it's really, really time to step away from this non-binary, crazy political project of recklessly messaging this stuff towards children. I think
who's messaging the stuff towards children, Brianna? Who? Where is this?
It does nothing but create enemies out of people. How?
Yeah. I'm sorry, Brianna. You did not lose 8 million voters. 8 million voters. Because of non-binary people. That wasn't it. You clown. You buffoon. Brianna? You are not the bridge builder. Nobody is being convinced by you, you literal demonic psycho, to vote Democrat.
How do y'all feel
So
about that?
I'll give my take and then I'll let Dev give his.
Yeah.
Here's the deal. I don't think we need to abandon trans people. Like I don't think that's the way.
Sure.
Right? I don't think you're advocating for this.
But she is.
No,
clear either,
no.
right?
She's advocating for abandoning a bunch of trans people, actually.
I'm advocating a
yeah,
stopgap
but
position.
We
Yeah.
do have to have a democratic leader.
That's the stopgap. Look, black people need rights, yes, but we have to go slow. Otherwise, people will react negatively. We need to warm the pot up slowly, okay? That's how we proceed.
Leader, right? A democratic leadership that is willing to look at the extremes of the party, not only on the trans issues, but other issues, and say no. Not just privately, but publicly. One of the things that Kamala, I think one of the mistakes she made, right? And I understand why she made this mistake. She didn't want to like alienate people. I get it. But one of the mistakes she made, there's a lot of people who are more on the center who are just waiting for her to publicly say no to the extreme.
You're brain damaged, Wick. Nobody gave a shit about that. Nobody gave a shit about that. At all. You're stupid. You're worthless. Which is why nobody watches you, because you're stupid and worthless. All right. Enough of this stupid stuff, okay? Brooks, she never said to collaborate with the far right, so I don't know what you're referring to. But that didn't happen, unfortunately. But that would have been funny. That would have been funny. All right. All right. I made you wait long enough for it. Here we go. Okay. There is a new Jordan Peterson on the horizon. On the horizon. Sorry, it's over the horizon. It's here now. It is now here. We Who Wrestle with God is now available. And according to early reviews, it is very bad. It is very bad. Perceptions of the divine. We Who Wrestle with God. This is apparently incoherent, insane rambling. And I am here for it. I am so excited for this. You have no idea. You have no idea. This is a ghost written 100%? I don't think so. I think this is him. Judging by what I have read about, I think this is him. I think this is him. By the way, before we press on, we've only got $14 in super chats tonight. If you appreciate what I do and you want to help support the channel, consider donating memberships. I love donating memberships. It gives more and more people an actual subscription to the channel that seems to actually notify them of when I'm going live, but also it gives them access to special Squiddleton and Duck Nana emojis, which is all too important. Or super chat. If you super chat, put theory into the text of your super chat to contribute to the theory fund. If we get $100 in theory, we skip to theory. And we're doing that going forward. If you donate if you want, Jesus Christ, if you want the drama to continue, put drama into your super chat and then we'll go towards the drama fund. If that hits 100, the theory value goes down by 50%. Okay? That's how that works. If you donate 100 in one fell swoop, you get to pick the next segment of any kind, within reason. Within reason being important. Zach Ball, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Very much appreciated. I'm going to go get some tea because I'm going to be reading, and then we're going to crack open the new Jordan Peterson. Okay? This is going to be pain and simple, all right? I'll be right back. All right. Okay. Oh my god. So we have several reviews for Jordan Peterson's new book that we'll look at briefly before we get into it. Are these two different reviews? Oh, there might be two different reviews. Oh yeah, we got a couple on The Guardian, oddly enough. Oh my god. Oh, this is rough. So, We Who Wrestle with God by Jordan Peterson review, A Return to God by way of the Brothers Grimm and the Lion King. The Canadian psychologist's zealous exegesis of the Bible as a moral rule book for life is long-winded and out of touch. Long-winded and out of touch. Probably the most nudity that's been in the stream in a long time. There is an oddly entertaining, if largely unenlightening, debate available online between Richard Dawkins and Jordan Peterson. We watched that, by the way. It was hilarious. Two big beasts of the performing sage circuit. They discuss the Bible, or more specifically Peterson's latest study of its content in his new book, We Who Wrestle with God. Dawkins, looking increasingly bemused, quietly but repeatedly asks Peterson if he really believes in the virgin birth, or whether Cain and Abel existed. And Canada's best-known controversial psychologist responds with a series of excitable exegeses of the biblical text. On one side, a dogged scientific literalism, and on the other, allegorical grappling with transcendence. The viewer feels something like a tender sympathy towards the puppyishly enthused Peterson, whose arm-waving rapture is entirely lost on the celebrated biologist. But that sympathy can't long survive the badgering prolixity of the Canadian's prose. He's been this way before, mining Judeo-Christian scripture for wisdom and social archetypes in his bestseller 12 Rules for Life and his follow-up Beyond Order. In the first instance, the religiosity was firmly harnessed to behavioral instruction, but the tie was loosened in the second book as Peterson warmed to his messiah status among men who feel out of step with the modern world. This time, he really goes the whole hog and devotes more than 500 pages to deciphering stories from the Old Testament, with added references from the Gospels, Dostoevsky, and the Lion King. Yes, the Disney masterpiece gets a mention, as do the Brothers Grimm and various Greek myths, because while Peterson may or may not be a believing Christian, he certainly sounds like one. He is unquestionably a believing Jungian who can't pass a myth without wanting to unpack its meaning. It's the Bible, though, that is the text for Peterson. The uber text in Tyler's understanding. The founding document of life's rules to which he returns with ever more righteous fervor. Quote, the biblical stories illuminate the eternal path forward up the holy mountain to the heavenly city, he writes, while simultaneously warning of the apocalyptic dangers lurking in the deviant, the marginal, the monstrous, the sinful, the unholy, the serpentine, and the positively demonic. Unquote. Read that in a Northern Irish accent and you can almost summon up the ghost of Ian Paisley. Peterson begins at the beginning with Genesis, reveling in its poetic declarations about the origins of the cosmos that do not exactly tally with the scientific evidence, but were not in the arena of facts or empirical theses. Oh no. This is textual analysis as self-consciously profound psychological insight. According to Genesis, the fruit of God's week of labors are, by his own reckoning, very good. Very good. What does this mean? Asks Peterson, in a rhetorical formula that quickly becomes tiring. Not least because almost every line in the Bible is open to various interpretations before answering that it shows that God is benevolent in intent and outcome. He goes on to highlight how, as a result, humans are charged with forever reiterating the creative process. A more optimistic conception of humanity could hardly be imagined, unquote. Well, it might be argued that a conception of humanity that didn't view it as born into sin would be more optimistic, but that's the point about the Bible. You can find in it whatever you want to find if you look hard enough. Moth, thank you for the 2 US. Dawkins, do you really believe in exo-Jesus? Of course. But it doesn't matter, because exo-Jesus believes in you with his metallic claws. And nuclear core. There is a growing fashion in our secular age for cultural Christianity, quote-unquote, the appreciation popularized by Tom Holland in his book Dominion, of the fact that post-Enlightenment liberalism rests on foundations built by an avowedly Christian society. In this understanding, we are the unconscious beneficiaries of a particular religious history which survives in myriad unnoticed forms. But Peterson is not suggesting his readers value the conceptions of tolerance and forgiveness that arguably gained greater currency as a result of the Roman Empire adopting Christianity. He is calling for nothing less than a return to God, regardless of whether or not he exists. Because Peterson, fundamentally, is a fascist. His entire thing is no. You need to absorb yourself in the big collective entity in which you become a mere abstraction and it becomes the reality. To sacrifice yourself because that is the only way your life has meaning. In short, he's a nihilist. He's just a very crazy one. A delusional one. The only hope of salvation from reductionist materialist atheists and the hedonists and nihilists who worship the horror of Babylon, he cautions, is to recognize that the highest ideals are God's own. Who doesn't exist. But be warned, it won't be easy. Like all archetypical heroes, Peterson's and the Bible's readers must do battle with darkness and demons to muscle their way to the divine. Meanwhile, back on planet Earth, Christian evangelists are at the forefront of the campaign to re-elect an amoral liar who's been serially accused of rape to a supreme position of power. We who wrestle with reality can't afford to retreat into the comforting certainties of myth. That's one review. The tone of it annoys me. We Who Wrestle with God by Jordan Peterson. This is a review by Rowan Williams. The popular psychologist's blinkered reading of the Bible does his cause no favors. It's not easy to review any book by Jordan Peterson, the prolific Canadian psychologist turned lifestyle sage. The temptation is to respond not to the work, but the person or persona. Irascible, derisive, uncompromising, contrarian, but here the work itself poses problems. It is a sprawling, repetitive text that could have done with some ruthless editing. Ostensibly, a step-by-step guide through the biblical narratives of Genesis and Exodus, and for some reason Jonah, with the goal of uncovering wisdom to help meet present-day moral challenges, it in fact returns persistently to some of Peterson's favorite tropes about modern culture, its flabbiness and confusion. At one level, its structure and argument are clear enough. The scriptural text confronts us as Peterson with a set of life and death choices. We can conform our rebellious fantasies and myth-driven aspirations to the underlying moral structure of reality, or we can refuse. If we refuse, we wreck our own lives and those of others. If instead we recognize reality, we then face two sorts of pressure. Ariel, what are you doing? What is this? If you want to complain about something, please call in, but like stop fighting people in chat. It's really dumb. I've already asked Cal to not tolerate that anymore, okay? Guys, Cal, Wig, chill. Seriously, I'll time you both out. I don't care how much you pay. Unless you pay a lot. Smith Black, thanks for the $5. FYI, Rowan is an Anglican bishop. The fact that he doesn't like this book is pretty damning. At one level, the structure and argument are clear enough. The scriptural text confronts us, says Peterson, with a set of life and death choices. By the way, Smith Black, I'm going to assume that's for theory. Thank you very much for the $5. Boom. Continuing. We can conform our rebellious fantasies and myth-driven aspirations to the underlying moral structure of reality, or we can refuse. If we refuse, we wreck our own lives and those of others. If instead we recognize reality, we then face two sorts of pressures. There is the social pressure to adjust, not to reality itself, but to fashionable orthodoxies, particularly around gender fluidity, racial sensitivities, the reluctance to call people to responsibility for their actions. You see, we're in a lot of pressure. We're under a lot of pressure to not hate other racial groups and gender identities. And we have to fight that. Dear God. And there's the internal pressure of a self-serving, sentimental quest for low-cost answers to challenges of moral significance. False compassion, over-identification with the supposedly vulnerable, cheap indulgence of the surface wants of self and others. But if we are prepared to stand firm in the face of these pressures, we might become a pseudo-Christian guru whose entire existence is edging religious culture warriors by making them think maybe he'll turn, maybe we'll get the famous guy, maybe we'll look super important, maybe we are the counterculture. The reward for standing firm in the face of these pressures is a life of integrity, inner strength, and the capacity for living with adventure, a favorite word. Adventure with pharmaceuticals, judging by the current state of Jordan Peterson's face. The stories of Jewish scripture, read with a strong admixture of Christian material, provide stark illustrations of the consequence of dishonesty or unreality, and powerful images of the kind of integration and strength generated by obedience to the truth. 2 points to begin with. One is that Peterson remains ambiguous about what many would consider a fairly crucial issue. When we talk about God, do we mean that there is actually a source of agency and of love independent of the universe we can map and measure? Faith is identity with a certain spirit of conceptualization, apprehension, and forward movement, he writes in relation to Noah. It amounts to a willingness to act when called on by the deepest inclinations of his soul. Echoes here not only of Jung, who figures as a key source of inspiration, but of the radical 20th century Protestant theologian Paul Tillich, who proposed redefining God as whatever is the focus of our ultimate concern. Some passages imply that God is identical to the highest human aspirations, which is not quite what traditional language about the image of God in humanity means. Peterson seems to waver, I assume, is what that's supposed to read. Peterson seems to waver as to whether we are actually encountering a real other, quote-unquote, in the religious journey. The second point is connected. Peterson's readings are curiously like a medieval exegesis of the text, with every story really being about the same thing, an austere call to individual heroic integrity. This is a style of interpretation with a respectable pedigree. Early Jewish and Christian commentators treated the lives of Abraham and Moses as symbols for the growth of the spirit, paradigms for how a person is transformed by the contemplation of eternal truth. But as with these venerable examples, there is a risk of losing the specificity of the narratives, of ironing out aspects that don't fit the template. Every story gets pushed towards a set of Petersonian morals, single-minded individual rectitude, tough love, clear demarcations between the different kinds of moral excellence that men and women are called to embody, and so forth. In short, conveniently, all of the dogmas of prevailing pseudo-conservative parties that are attempting to leverage the popular hatred and fears of a deeply financially and socially unstable lower class. The effect is somewhat one note. The actual way in which the stories develop, speak to one another, correct one another, handle internal tensions and debates is muted at best. This is the sort of thing that classical rabbinical exegesis in fact relishes, and that some more modern Jewish discussion by Emil Fackenheim, Jonathan Sachs, Nathan Cardozo, and others, models very powerfully. Peterson is rightly hostile to anti-Semitism, and this might have led him to engage a bit more with the rich world of Jewish interpretation. He ignores all that and instead relies a lot on rather dated Christian commentaries and seems to have a limited acquaintance with Hebrew, a drawback for a project like this. August Gardner says, Peterson failing to define the other, psychoanalysis win, psychology L. I don't believe JP actually understands any of the philosophers or psychologists he talks about. I think you might be putting your finger on something. I think he's making it up as he goes. I think he's pinning bits of red string, and that's his work. He's a tremendously bad scientist. Bad everything, really. We should put some theory options up, shouldn't we? What are we in the mood for theory-wise? We'll have some actual theory. The hidden classism and left-wing social justice ideology. Ooh, that could be spicy. Okay, we'll do that one. Hidden classism and we'll do left-wing ideology, okay? Let's do hidden classism and left-wing thought, okay? That's better. And what else do we want? Wait, this wasn't a theory. This is bad theory. And I'm doing this without your input, so I'm not counting this. Adam Smith? What, do you want a reading of Adam Smith? We can do that. We can start doing that. We can start having just... In fact, maybe that's a good idea. What if we just had like a reading project? And one of the theory options can be we continue with the reading project. And that way we can have like several like full book analyses done after a certain period. That might actually be a cool idea. That might actually be a cool... You know what? Let's do it. I have to read Adam Smith anyways. I'm reading Marx right now. I'm doing my first full read-through of Capital, slowly. That might actually be a really cool idea. Let's do that, okay? So Adam Smith, let's do Smith Theory of Moral, and we'll do basically an hour, roughly, every time. And we'll call this one 1, okay? Tolkien's Anarchism for Theory. I'm making I'm almost done a video essay on that. I'm wrestling with the orc section. I'm trying to make that readable. I'm trying to make that like digestible. But that'll be out soon. It's like we're at 7 pages in so far. But thank you very much for Robert Solar Television for the £2. We haven't gotten to Jordan B. Peterson yet. Yeah, we haven't gotten there yet, but we will. We're doing this, guys. We're doing this. You know, fuck it. We could actually do Capital as well. We could literally just start going through Capital. Actually, that might be kind of interesting. That might be pretty interesting to do. I can help you, Cal. I can help you Sunday. Yeah, I'm a very helpful boy. Well, you are my vice president, so recommendations. Recommendations are welcome. And last, the strange curriculum of Soviet universities. That could be cool. Soviet education. Strangeness, okay? Call it that. All right. These are the theory options. Remember, we skipped a theory if we get to $100 in donations for theory. If you want the drama to continue, which in this case is Jordan Peterson, donate to drama and it will deplete the theory value by 50% if it hits 100. All right. There are options in the poll. Vote. Let's press on. We are, by the way, $73 away from a theory segment. All of your super chats go towards that. If you put theory into the text, if you put drama into the text, it goes towards the drama value. The drama value, from which we are $45 away from, gets to 100. Theory goes down by 50%. And the apocalypse is delayed. Okay. In fairness, he does pick out some distinct trajectories within the stories. For example, in the narratives about Moses. But the expositions constantly shade into meandering polemic about a range of modern issues, especially gender, on which Peterson has made his position pretty clear elsewhere. Eve's yielding to the serpent's temptation, for instance, is viewed as the characteristically female error of sentimental, pseudo-compassionate acceptance of the unacceptable that you see in bad parents. Especially mothers who, quote, cripple their children so that they can make a public show of their martyrdom and compassionate virtue, unquote. Oh, those women. Well, there is certainly a discussion to be had about toxicity in parenting. But finding it in the second chapter of Genesis requires impressive single-mindedness, and it is worth noting that Jewish exegetical tradition, unlike Christian, has never been that interested in Eve. Peterson claims that analysis of the patriarchal subtext of the biblical story is a ridiculous distraction, observing that Genesis depicts both men and women negatively. By the by, every philosopher I've been reading recently has been Jewish or of Jewish background, and the quality's better than the English. I gotta say, it's a weird tendency. Weird tendency. Very strange. Bergson wipes the floor. Spinoza wipes the floor. Fuck Hobbes. Loser. Moron. Rousseau. Little French. Little better. Not there, though. Bergson and Spinoza is where it's at. Marx is where it's at. Ariel, thanks to $4.99. Theory. And Evil Morty. Give me theory, you strange Canadian man. Theory. You don't need to say theory once. It's okay. If theory's in there, I'll read it. It's okay. I'm not a crook. Even though I'm a president. We are now at 42. We are 58 away from theory. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. That keeps everybody in my staff from being homeless. It is very much appreciated. And most importantly, including me, Peterson would be so much more interesting if he read actual Jewish thinkers. You're comparing them to Hobbes. Christendom is not setting its best. Well, who's left? Locke? Rawls? German and Jewish thinkers. That's where it's at. And French. But usually Jewish French, to be clear. Is Rousseau Jewish? I don't think so. I don't think he would be accepted if he was. I'm pretty certain he's not. I should know this. Barbarian. Big fan of the reading project idea. Theory, although I do want to keep covering JPB2, lol. Well, remember, if you donate 100 in one fell swoop, you get to pick the next segment entirely. Besides, we are 100% continuing with Peterson. We're just getting this preamble out of the way. All these reviews to sort of build up the hype. But we are 100% going through it. This thing's apparently nutso. All right. Well, there is a certain discussion to be had about toxicity in parenting, but finding it in the second chapter of Genesis, we read this. Peterson claims that analysis of the patriarchal subtext of the biblical stories is a ridiculous distraction, observing that Genesis depicts both men and women negatively. What he does not seem to acknowledge is that discussing patriarchy is about recognizing patterns of social power embedded in the stories, rather than whether specific men are painted in favorable or unfavorable lights. This is because Jordan Peterson is a boob and can't do literary analysis. He's terrible. Terrible. He's terrible at he's not just terrible at literary analysis. He's not just a terrible and shallow and vapid reader. You can't remember stuff. I remember, like, I remember listening to him try to like reference Harry Potter and getting basic plot elements wrong. This is Harry Potter. This is not a complicated story. Or like Frozen. And it's not about being a snob like you're invoking Frozen. No, it's if you're going to invoke Frozen and Harry Potter, know the plot. Like, Jesus Christ. This makes it impossible for him to grant that such discussions can help us avoid some of the spectacularly destructive exploitation of biblical material that has reinforced the demeaning of women throughout Christian history. Predictably, for those sign up to Inside Saturday, I'm not Inside Saturday, I'm President Sunday, fuck you. Predictably, for those familiar with his online battles, he sees any qualification of the simple binary of gender identity as equivalent to denying the difference between good and evil. Which, if he put it in those terms, is a very, very bold statement for someone who's ostensibly a reader of Nietzsche. A refusal of the basic polarities of reality. But most serious discussions of gender fluidity do not deny evolutionary biology or sexual differentiation as such. They are asking for a more painstaking attention both to the social construction of roles and to the specifics of dysphoria. They deserve a better level of engagement. And so on. With other issues as well. Most bizarrely, the conclusion of the Book of Jonah is made the occasion for a tirade about valuing the quote-unquote natural world over human life, which seems to have something to do with Peterson's hostility to some kinds of environmental ethics. Not really what the text is about, which is also massively stupid. I'm actually very curious about the Jonah section, because treating care for the world as being something opposite a care for human life is very stupid. That's very stupid. There are a lot of losers in the world who will use things like environmentalism or veganism as a way to lord it over other people on an interpersonal level, make themselves and their movements look very stupid and very bad, and just be toxic, nasty, garbage people, right? But as a human organism, you are a series of tubes that stands erect on a giant ball with a thin film of gas around it. And that thin film of gas keeps you alive. And if that thin film of gas is altered in some ways, then things start to happen in your environment that make you not be alive. So, the human environment, which is really what is being referred to when we're talking about environmentalism, we're not talking about an elevation of the surround over human beings. We're talking about giving due attention to the fact that human existence is predicated on a very complex web of interactions that are very delicate, and that if they are unsettled, which they have been irrevocably already, we can't turn back the clock. It is about the human environment, because life will survive. The danger is not for life. The danger is for life that we care about. The cockroaches and the ants will survive. Bacteria and viruses will survive. That is not the concern. And even if it doesn't, it could pop up somewhere else. Life finds a way. You think you destroyed the whole world, but you just activated my trap card. Raven Echo for the $2 theory. Hope y'all in Canada get day or rest in. I need a rest so bad. I am so tired, guys. You have no idea. I'm coming off of some kind of flu or something. I was so sick yesterday. I ended stream early. I was going to keep on going for a couple of hours. We had like 700 viewers. I was going to keep on going for a couple of hours, and I was just faded out. So, not faded out. That to mean something else. I was fading so hard. Ugh. Doing better today. Still very tired, though. Anyways, I digress. Rant about environmentalism. Done. These rabbit holes do no great service to the broader challenges Peter wants to draw attention to. There really are corrosive manifestations of hedonism, relativism, and infantilism in our culture. There really is a mentality that deludes us into thinking that we can be whatever we want to be, and that any notion of short-term sacrifice for a more durable and fully shareable good is unmanageable. But the insistent contempt for nuance and disagreement, idiotic, addled, egregious, and the reduction of any alternative perspective to its most shallow or trivial form does not encourage the serious engagement Peterson presumably wants. This is an odd book, whose effect is to make the resonant stories it discusses curiously abstract. Matter and impertinency mixed, in Shakespeare's phrase. The book may be had for £30 or for free if you use LibGen, as I do. So this was a Anglican priest, former Archbishop of Canterbury. For this guy to be basically disavowing the work of the most popular figure, extolling the values of Christianity today, in favor of nuance, in favor of the trans lobby, as some people call it, is a thing. It is a statement. The Neutral Web Optimist Man. Hello, streamer, enemy of Destiny Orbit. I've only watched 30 seconds and I'm already impressed. That is a very strange thing to say, but thank you. So, we've read the reviews, now the book itself. We're not going to go through the whole thing. It's like 500 pages. But we are going to look at it together. Until such a time as the theory meter fills, at which point, what is winning in the poll? Capital, the new translation, by the way, I have a PDF of it, is winning at 35%. Smith's Theory of Moral Sentiments, alas, only at 14%. Hidden Classism and Left-Wing Thought at second place for 29%. And Soviet Education Strangeness, or The Strange Curriculum of the Soviet Union, is the actual title. I can't fit it in. For some reason, they have really small character caps, despite the fact that the options don't actually extend all the way to the values. What the hell, YouTube? Very dumb. At 22%. So continue to vote, and remember, Super Chat, put theory in your Super Chat if you wanted to contribute to the theory value. If we hit $100, we go to an hour at minimum of theory. If you want drama to continue, which at this point is reading Jordan Peterson, donate to drama, and it will, once it hits everyone stay calm, I'm okay. Once it hits $100, the theory value goes down by 50%. All right. We who wrestle with God, Perceptions of the Divine. What a weird-ass title. It reminds me a little bit of Syed Hussein Nasser's book, which is there, called Knowledge and the Sacred. I need a laser pointer. Oh, God, I could do that so well. I could actually point at my books. I'm going to get a laser pointer. That's what I'm going to do. Yes. All right. So, dear children, what are we going to look at first? We have many, many chapters, many strange chapters to ponder. All right. Foreshadowing. Foreshadowing? It's called an introduction. It's called an introduction or a foreword, Jordan. It's not foreshadowing. Foreshadowing is when you have some kind of reference to something that happens later in the story, so that there's a kind of echoing between the two. Little did he know it would all come to naught. Foreshadowing his demise at the end of the story. That's foreshadowing. This is called a preamble, or a foreword, or an introduction. All right, what do we got? In the beginning, God is creative spirit. Oh, I wonder what's in the... We should actually look at the index and the bibliography before we get into this. That'll give us some hints as to what to expect here. God is creative spirit. This screams Bergson. Screams it. Jewish philosopher, heavily influential in Deleuze. Massively influential in Deleuze. Arguably, Deleuze is a Bergsonian in a lot of ways. Who conceived of life as identical with action, as a kind of spiritual force that not only exists opposite matter, but which matter is also essentially a kind of. And that there is some kind of very nuanced idea of teleology where there is always some universal tendency towards the manifestation of coherent systems towards life. By the way, Lauren Southern had to speak for Canadian Parliament or something regarding the tenant media scandal. We'll look at that tomorrow, I think. Thank you, Aaron. Oh, maybe we should cover that tonight, actually. We'll see. We'll see. We probably will be too busy because of theory, but we'll see. But that is a heavily Bergsonian thought there. Massively so. Or evocation. That would be Bergsonian. It sounds Bergsonian, okay? The spirit of man in the highest place. No idea what that means. The real in its representation. I would love for Peterson to address this. E from Adam, Misogyny 101, in God's image. Okay. Naked suffering. Ooh, how lurid. The identity of sacrifice and work. Oh, we're going to get so much out of this. Every single one of these can be its own theory segment. This is actually just wonderful. This is wonderful. You know what I'm going to start doing? I've got a good idea. I think this is what we'll do. We'll split it, okay? We'll have a good theory. We'll have a good theory option. So, for example, capital's winning at 32%. That's our good theory option. Then we'll have a bad theory option. That's your Jordan Petersons, your Ayn Rands, etc. Your kooks. The kooks that are fun and educational to break through, right? To break down. But... oh my god. I am so tired, guys. We have been streaming for 3.5 hours, and I am sick, so that checks out, but... good stretch. And then we'll have so we'll have our good theory or bad theory, and then we'll have 2 video options. 2 video or article options. And those will be good theory or bad theory or whatever. They'll be the popular stuff. But if we do the book options, it'll be continuing Capital, continuing Smith, continuing Jordan Peterson, whatever. And we'll go through the whole thing eventually. And then at the end of it, we'll actually have a full analysis of these books. That's actually probably a good... I actually think that's going to be a good idea. And we'll have gone through it together. We'll know the stuff. We will all know the stuff. I'm also reading Capital right now, so I'll have stuff to say about it as we go through. So I'll be a little bit ahead of where we're reading on stream. That's a good idea. I like that idea. I like that idea, actually. I like that very much. Yeah, tomorrow we'll cover Lauren Southern's tenant media scandal hearing. Was this from today? Hang on, I just want to take a brief digression. I want to see when this was published. It's not even loading. There we go. Okay. This was published today. You know, maybe we will go over it. It's an hour and 37 minutes. I'm going to need some more coffee, though. I'm definitely going to need some more coffee. But maybe we will cover this. Maybe this is actually worth covering. I think we'll watch that together. Hey, Brooks, you want to come on for that? I'm curious what you think. All of Capital One sounds very ambitious. No, it's a section of Capital One. So we'll do like an hour of reading. The new translation, by the way, is very good, and it's got a lot of really good notes, so we'll learn a lot. Genuinely, like it's very good. It is an exceptionally good translation. I've got the hard copy here. It is beautifully put together. I highly recommend you get it, and it's cheap. Sewn binding, high quality paper, cloth cover. It's beautiful. It's perfect. But I digress. Moses 2. Red Sea Boogaloo. Hedonism and infantile temptation. Materialism and orgiastic celebration. Desperate reestablishment of the covenant. Jonah repents of his virtue. Jonah and the eternal abyss. Jonah and the eternal abyss. Fascinating. All right, let's check that index out, or that bibliography. There's not going to be a bibliography in here. No way in hell. He's above bibliographies. What the hell? What is this? That's a weird ass end page. Was this like an advanced copy? It might have been. Solzhenitsyn. We got Solzhenitsyn in here. Dostoevsky. It's just a lot of the same old stuff. No, we'll do Lauren Southern tomorrow because I want to have energy for it, so I'm paying attention. I'm like really tired right now. This is on LibGen though in EPUB form. I did convert it to a PDF for stream. Notes. Goldberg, hemisphere differences in the acquisition and use of descriptive systems. And he quotes himself, maps of meaning. Okay. Nothing interesting here. Chomsky, Blevins, historical roots of our ecological crisis. Oh, of course. A chapter called In the Beginning. And, look at this. Just look at this. Let's center this. There we go. That's our reading view, okay? Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets. Of course. Oh my god, we're gonna see him tackle Derrida. Oh, this is gonna be so good. Foucault's The Archaeology of Knowledge and the Discourse on Language. Leotard. Bennington, I don't know who these are. Oh my god. Oh, this is gonna be so good. This is gonna be wonderful. We've got ChatGPT and Grok reference for some reason. Marx. Oh, we got Marx. We got Marx. Critique of the Gotha program. Ah. Referencing himself again. Nietzsche, Thus Spake Zarathustra. Lots of Jung. Dawkins, The Selfish Gene. He's not going to address that at all. In an interesting way. Derrida again. A lot of Foucault here. Oh my god. A lot of Foucault. Discipline and Punish. Birth of the Prison. The History of Sexuality. Jonathan Picot is the next... Oh my god. Jonathan Picot is the next citation. Individual and the state versus the subsidiary hierarchy of heaven. How embarrassing. Peterson again. John Campbell. Oh, this is so bad. Ah. Oh. He really likes referencing his own books. I'm just like, So if you read an academic work of philosophy or social theory or anything, you will likely see potentially as many as 100 books and articles, individual, separate books and articles cited. Let me give you an example, actually. So this is a translation of Marx's Capital, okay? Do we have that here? We must have that here. So let's see. You know, bad example, actually. I'll use, because Marx notes a ton, right? But like, this is a bibliography for a history book by Max Elbaum. This is Revolution in the Air. 60s radicals turned to Lenin, Mao, and Che. Lenin, Chow, and May. There you go. That guy there. Published by Verso Books, all right? This is one page of the bibliography. One page. What do we have here? We got Malcolm X, Mao Zedong, selected quotations. Marable Manning, How Capitalism Underdeveloped Black America. Marcus C. Mike, Redemption Song, Muhammad Ali in the Spirit of the 60s. Martinez Elizabeth, 500 Anos de Pueblo, Chicano, I don't know how to pronounce that. Karl Marx and Frederick Engels, selected works. They reference a lot of Marx and Engels, by the way. Specific books, but just selected works here. Why? Because they need room. They need room. Miller, Mills, Milton, Mitchell, Morgan, Mungo. All these are books. These are all books. Newfield, Newton, Nicholas, Nova, Novisti. This is just about 60s radicals. Not about 2,000 years of religion and philosophy. And he's citing himself. Like, it's embarrassing. These are just note references, by the way. Yeah, well, there is no bibliography. There's no bibliography here. He doesn't have a bibliography. He just has notes. Is there even an index in this? That might be a quirk of the edition, but actually, I wonder if I go onto Amazon, can I see the table? Because when I look at the table of actually no, I can just see the table of contents here, can't I? So when I look at the table of contents, that's all there is. There's just notes. There's no bibliography. There's nothing here. There's not even an index. This is so lazily put together. Which stands to reason. Not Maps of Meaning. 12 Rules for Life was literally pieced together from... there's no index. No bibliography, no index. 12 Rules for Life and 12 More Rules for Life, Beyond Order, they were all pieced together from... literally from Quora posts. Jordan Peterson is the world's richest Quora poster. As I explained to you idiots previously, yeah. What edition of Capital is that? This is the new edition. It doesn't have the dust jacket on, so it's going to look different for you. But this is the new edition that's published by Princeton. New translation. It has wonderful supplementary materials. It is very clearly written. It is a much clearer translation than the Penguin one. It is very, very good, and it's well made. That is a book that will last. Such a handsome book, indeed. It is gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. And if you're American, it's $30. $30. The quality of that, if I paid $200 and I got that from Folio, I would be happy with it. It is a scholarly edition that is very well made. Blood Diamonds versus Jordan B. Peterson Quora posts, which is the lesser evil, hard to say. Indeed, very hard to say. Quite. I see in time is live. Probably send you there afterwards. I'm fading fast. We're probably going to wrap it up soon. Let's take a look. Let's just pick something at random, okay? Let's look at God as creative spirit. I'm curious about this. Actually, no. I don't want that. You know what I want? I want to see his reference to Derrida. He cites The Incredibles. Breaking Bad, The Sopranos, The Incredibles, Aladdin, Despicable Me. Okay, where was Derrida? Where were you? Hang on. We'll find him. With science. But he can't find it because the text format is bad. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. We'll sort it. Oh my god. Has the Rape of Nanking in here for some reason. Why would you have the Rape of Nanking? Oh, I guarantee you it's because this is what happens when a society abandons God or something like that. I guarantee you. Got Douglas Murray, of course we do. Why can't I? Oh, it's right there. What the fuck? All right. The real and its representation. What could possibly be more real than the facts? Cecil, thank you for the $10. I got an advanced copy of this a few months ago. Theory. Did you get it in? It's beautiful, isn't it? It's actually it's an amazing book. I've got a review of it on the channel you can check out, where I go through it. It's got the dust jacket on in that one. It is phenomenal. I have one complaint about it, and that's that the dust jacket can be a little bit awkward to hold on with the book, so I just took mine off because it's easier to read that way. But the quality, even on the dust jacket, the quality is really good. It is so good. It is so good. Oh my god. And you will read Marx differently with this. Like it really emphasizes the specifically philosophical interest in Marx's Capital. Not in the sense that Marx is criticizing, but like the actual like the stuff, the kinds of things he's engaging with. Stuff that's not really emphasized in the supplementary materials or the translation, bluntly, of the Penguin edition. Who my memory of first names is terrible. So it's the introduction is by Ernst Mandel. The translator is Ben Folks. That's it. Ah! All right. The real and its representation. What could possibly be more real than the facts? First, which facts? And there indeed is the rub. This is why we find the archetypal stories at the base of every well-integrated psyche and every unified community. What could possibly be more real than the facts? Which facts? And this is why we find the archetypal stories at the base of every well-integrated psyche and every well-unified community. That was a non sequitur for the ages. These stories provide the structure through which we apprehend facts and communicate the hierarchy of value which lends weight to one fact over another. I'm sorry, the stories... The structure of archetypal stories helps you comparatively value facts? What does that mean? Wait a minute, no. Oh my god. Oh my god. There is an exchange rate of facts. Oh my god! Jordan Peterson has completed the system of German idealism. Kant couldn't do it. Fichte couldn't do it. Hegel couldn't do it. The great stories reflect the aim that motivates us and provides security to the individual. The aim that provides security to the individual, and which, when shared, constitutes the basis for community. But Jordan, if the basis for community is the sharing of the great stories, how do you have the community to share the great stories in? That doesn't make any sense, does it? But how you need community to share stories in the first place. You need common language, you need receptivity. You need people to buy in and pay attention to you and to be around you for a certain length of time. How do you share stories without community already existing? How can stories be the conditions of community if you need community to share stories? Is one fact worth one USD? Now you're thinking of money. This is the labor theory of facts, okay? There's a certain amount of labor, of abstract labor, that society calculates. Certain average amount of abstract labor that goes into the production of every fact. And then it's your system of values. It's the metaphysical conditions that determine the exchange rate of facts at any given time. All right? Hegel could never. No. That aim is a prerequisite to the act of perception that allows us even to encounter what most truly exists. The aim is a prerequisite? What's the aim? Wait, what? The stories that are depictions of our aim and our character have a primary reality, not least because even our understanding of the real, even our direct quote-unquote... Wait. Why are you putting that in quotes? How have you determined... Wait a second. Slow down, cowboy. How have you determined that the aim is a prerequisite to the act of perception that allows us to encounter what most truly exists, if our perception is only quote-unquote indirect? How have you verified this? Our understanding of the real, even our direct perception of the facts, quote-unquote, depends on the a priori existence of these depictions. What depictions? Depictions of our aim. But the aim is a prerequisite to the act of perception that allows us even to encounter what most truly exists. So, being that that is the case, how would you make stories that pertain to what truly exists if you needed stories in order to encounter what truly exists? That doesn't work. It doesn't work, Jordan. That's you're in a circle, Jordan. We cannot help but see the world through a story. More precisely, we see the world through a structure that, when portrayed in drama or verbalized, is a story. Okay? Even our science has progressed such that we more clearly understand how the language that makes up a story works. Our science has progressed such that we more clearly understand how the language... How has science determined how language makes a story work? I'm unaware of this. Where was this determined? Who's he referring to? Who's he referring to? Yeah, who's on first? And why that matters to anyone concerned with stories themselves, particularly in their greatest form. What's the greatest form of story, Jordan? The body of any human language contains within it. What? Wait, hang on. Why is this... Oh, this is like way off. Hang on, let me sort this out. There we go. There, now we're sort of lined up. The body of any human language contains within it an empirically derivable coding of meaning. We can map this coding as the statistical relationship between letters, words, phrases, sentences, paragraphs, and so on, up the living tree of logos. This reminds me of something. This reminds me of something I wonder if any of you have seen, okay? A great little skit from my youth.
Hello and welcome to the program this morning. We're privileged to have with us today Dr. Terry Tomirot, who's going to be talking to us about his latest book, The Dawkins Delusion. Thank you for joining us, Dr. Tomirot. It's a pleasure to speak to you again.
Thank you, Richard. It's good to be here.
Now, Dr. Tomirot, you're famous for declaring in no uncertain terms that you are not a believer in Richard Dawkins. You don't think he really exists. Now, why is that?
Well, nothing so simple, Richard. You shouldn't ask sensible people to believe in something unless you've got evidence for it. If there is a Dawkins, why hasn't he shown himself to me?
In your opinion, then, are people who believe in Richard Dawkins just a little bit dim?
Well, in a way I can understand the mistake. Simple people pick up a handful of books claiming to be written by Dawkins. And since the Dawkins seems to be a sufficient account for how they got to be there, for the similarities in all the texts and so on, they stick with common sense and fallaciously conclude that this Dawkins, which they have never seen with their own eyes, actually exists.
Of course, some people do claim to have seen Richard Dawkins and even shaken his hand.
Yes, if you can believe them.
And you think they're all lying?
I didn't say that. Of course, there's no shortage of liars in the world, and undoubtedly some people who claim to have had these Richard Dawkins experiences are deliberately telling fairy stories. But, you know, the human brain is a very, very complicated thing, and conjuring up an imaginary Dawkins would be child's play for it. Christopher Robin had Binker, I had the slimy custard man. I suspect that something very similar is happening with people who claim to have seen a Richard Dawkins, or heard his voice, or felt his touch.
But the books aren't evidence for the existence of Richard Dawkins either.
No, of course not. As a scientist, it is no answer to the problem of where did this inane rubbish come from to stick a label on it that says Richard Dawkins. Each book is a simple rearrangement of only 26 letters. Even a child should be able to see that, with a little random shuffling of vowels and consonants on a computer, one can arrive at all sorts of patterns like that. Working out how each letter got into the place that it did is the business of science. Claiming that Dawkins did it puts an end to an inquiry that promises to give us a full and satisfying explanation of how these books came to be, without the need for invoking a discredited, superstitious Dawkins of the Gap type hypothesis.
But some people might point to the fact that the letters are arranged in definite patterns, spelling out sophisticated chains of arguments, and that
this is the part I wanted.
This is a clear mark of intelligence, not random accident.
If there were some kind of intelligence behind these books, then, judging by their contents, it is obviously a pretty poor one. We would hardly have lost much worth having by not believing in Richard Dawkins, or in what his books have to say. The scientific view of the matter is beautifully simple and invigorating. The works of Richard Dawkins are nothing but a collection of fortuitously ordered A's, B's, and C's, recombined from previous patterns. There is the Latin alphabet, there are the nonsense poems of Edward Lear, and there are the works of Richard Dawkins, and the one developed from the other through a series of random typing errors.
I love this so much.
Admittedly, we haven't got all the details just now.
So we return to I'm sorry, it's just so good. So we return to, we can map this coding as the statistical relationship between letters, words, phrases, sentences, paragraphs, and so on, up the living tree of the logos. A word is identifiable as a word because it fits the mathematical pattern of the relationship between letters that characterize all comprehensible words. It is this pattern that makes certain non-words plausible, such as vims, blin, and flumptuous, and that enables them to be distinguished at a glance from implausible non-words, such as gilk, jinch, and kulioz, or even more radically, M4, A3, S2, ETLR. It is this pattern that makes certain non-words plausible, such as vims, blin, and flumptuous, that enables them to be distinguished at a glance from implausible non-words, such as kjuk and zujj and kulj. Except we have words that look like that. Often they're transliterated from other languages, but that's actually a thing, and they do make sense, and there are grammatical rules for them. So he's very wrong. That's not how that works. Language is convention, and a word is not identifiable as a word because it fits the mathematical pattern of the relationship between letters that characterize all comprehensible words. A word is identifiable as a word because it is used in a sentence and is an obvious set of characters with spaces between them, or some kind of punctuation separating it as a unit from other such sets of letters. Even these non-words are being used as words. Although, for the record, blin is a word. Just so you know. Or how about a vims? How about vims? We got vims here. Vim in American English. Lively or energetic spirit, enthusiasm, vitality. Vim in American English. Or how about it could be a acronym, visually induced motion sickness. That's a possibility. Or how about flumptuous? Well, see, here we get into strange territory, don't we? See, here we have flumptuous by Urban Dictionary. A happy fat person. Dawn French is a flumptuous lady. She's very happy and large. I was told by my guy I looked flumptuous the other day. Language is use, bitch. How about, let's try one of these crazy ones here. Let's try Kajulk. Let's try Kajulk, okay? I'm just curious. Oh! Oh! No way. No way. Haha! Ha 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 ha! Kajulk meaning. The name Kajulk is often used as a male name and is used mostly as a first name. Find meanings with AI. Hang on, let's see. Okay, this might be bullshit. This might be AI generated. But wouldn't that be funny? Hang on. Whatever. Anyways, moving on. Point is, not how that works, okay? Not how that works. Our science, Jordan, has not progressed such that we can more clearly understand the language that makes up a story works and why that matters to anyone concerned with stories themselves, particularly in their greatest form. The body of any human language, Jordan, does not contain within it an empirically derivable coding of meaning. How is that? How would you empirically derive that? What the fuck are you talking about? It's based off of use and custom. That's not empirically derivable. You have to be inducted into use to understand it. We can map this coding as the statistical relationship between letters, words, phrases, sentences, paragraphs, and so on, up the living tree of the logos. Very scientific term. A word is identifiable as a word because it fits the mathematical pattern of the relationship between letters that characterizes all comprehensible words. That's stupid. It is this pattern that makes certain non-words plausible, such as vims, blin, and flumptuous, and that enables them to be distinguished at a glance from implausible non-words, such as kajulk, and zigzig, and quetzalcoatl. And what's that word? What's that name that I keep hearing? I keep mispronouncing it. I think it's like a native name or something like that. Like Unjuin or something like that. Or is it Injuin? Unjuin? There's a name that's sort of pronounced kind of that way. I keep failing it. Nongbri. That's a name. Plausible non-words adhere to the sound patterns of the language in which they are created. They possess combinations of consonants and vowels that are both familiar to, say, English speakers and pronounceable in English. In contrast, implausible non-words contain letter combinations that are either unfamiliar or impossible to pronounce in English. What's the citation for this? Blevins' Evolutionary Phonology. I've never heard of this. Hang on. Let's look this up. I have a feeling whoever this person is, and I'll look this up later, I have a feeling this is being vastly misrepresented. That's my guess. We see an analogous situation at higher or more fundamental levels of meaning, just as there is a calculable probability that a given letter will follow any other given letter. In fact, there's a hierarchy of such probability, in that letter, in that the letter E, for example, is more likely than A to follow any given consonant, but A is more likely than Q. There is a high incalculable probability that any given phrase, and therefore concept, will co-occur or exist in close proximity to a network of other concepts with associated meaning. That seems plausible. That set of proximate conceptions are the so-called symbolic associations that help connote, rather than denote, the meaning of the phrase in question. In a well-constructed story, any given network of such associations is surrounded by other networks of comparative similarity and contrasted with networks of contrasting dissimilarity. This expanding network of associations constitutes the landscape of meaning. At the linguistic level, this landscape contains concepts that are similar or equivalently weighted, or are likely to exist in proximity to one another with a high probability. For example, the word dragon is likely to occur near words or phrases such as fire-breathing, mythical, legendary, creature, serpent, beast, fantasy, folklore, mythology, guardian of treasure. That's very specific, guardian of treasure. The word witch near spell, broom, cauldron, familiar, black robe, hat, hex, potion, and coven. The word father near love, family support, guidance, role model, mentor, provider, protector, legacy, wisdom, and magic. Also, a whole bunch of other things too. Magic, really? The word father associated with magic? What? The word father near magic. Really? Really, Jordan? Really? The word villain near evil, antagonist, nefarious, malevolent, despicable, corrupt, malicious, unscrupulous, and diabolical. Beyond the linguistic level, this landscape also exists in the realm of image and behavior. It is easy to bring to mind relevant examples drawn from popular culture. The basilisk, a dragon variant. No, it's not. A basilisk isn't a dragon variant. What are you talking about? It's not what are you a dragon variant? The overarching category would be reptile, not dragon. The basilisk, a dragon variant in the second volume of the Harry Potter series, whose gaze killed or at least petrified as a rabbit is turned to stone by the eyes of a wolf. What? I don't understand that reference. I don't understand that reference. Like a deer in the headlights kind of thing? Is that the point? Okay, so the basilisk, a dragon variant apparently, in the second volume of the Harry Potter series, whose gaze killed or at least petrified, as a rabbit is turned to stone by the eyes of a wolf. You could have just said Medusa. That's like the obvious reference. Like Medusa turned people to stone by them looking at her. That would be, or by them making eye contact, I guess. That would be how you do it. And whose bite can be cured so mysteriously by the tears of a phoenix. It's a fantasy novel for kids, Jordan. She's not encoding underlying reality in the fantasy novel for kids, Jordan. She's writing Star Wars, Jordan. Oh wait, you think Disney is primal reality. The father, represented by Geppetto in the film Pinocchio, who wishes most devoutly that the son he carves could free himself from the marionette strings that determine his destiny. The attraction of deceit, the temptation of neurotic victimhood, the cheap rebellion of delinquent hedonism, and the figure of the Joker in The Dark Knight, the villain whose perfidy is so deep that he betrays even the ethos of the thief. That's your analysis of... Really? That's your analysis of Heath Ledger's Joker? The Joker in The Dark Knight, that's your analysis of his character. Is that he's deceitful, so he betrays thieves. Really? Really? Tyler could have written this? There's a lot of big words in here. I don't know if Tyler could write this. We're operating at that level, though. Such associations between images is, if anything, deeper than the analogous association between words, because an image can present a very large number of ideas at once, in comparison to the more restricted bandwidth of language. Yeah, but you'll depict them all in language, though. It's how you'd identify the different images, right? This is perhaps particularly true in the... Also, wait a minute. That's also language, by the way. There's a legibility in images that is also linguistic, especially if any of the associations are subtextual. This is perhaps particularly true in the case of moving pictures. The association between images exists because there are patterns of character in the human world of attention and action that exist in relationship to one another in a regular and identifiable way. If this were not true, books would be better than movies. We could not maintain our proximity to one another or even to ourselves, as the unpredictability that would otherwise reign would prove emotionally intolerable, and we would certainly not be able to cooperate in relation to some shared goal or aim. We would have to find solace in some new dark age or something, I assume. This pattern of association is how the idea of, say, symbol is best understood. Something that is symbolic of something is not a mere substitution. Why is that down there? Substitution, obscuration, or false replacement in the Freudian repression, quote-unquote, sense for that thing. It is instead something that brings to consciousness in word or picture a host of co-occurring ideas and images, and in that matter fleshes out the relevance, significance, implications, or meaning of what it exists in association with. This is all incredibly boring. This is all so boring, okay? What's the point? To say it again, this mathematically detectable landscape of linguistic meaning is made up not only of the relationship between words and then phrases and sentences, but also of the paragraphs and chapters within which they are embedded, all the way up to the hierarchy of conceptualization. Is there a way to turn off this menu that pops up every time this shows up? It's really annoying. I want to just be able to highlight without having this thing pop up on screen. This implies, not least, or even necessarily and inevitably means, that there is an implicit center to any network of comprehensible meanings. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't, Jordan. Read Wittgenstein, you absolute boob. No, it does not. No, it doesn't. At all. I'm using Adobe because I'm a pleb. Which Venn diagram is the exact center of me? It's like... There are statistical associations between these terms. There's a family resemblance between them, if you will. Therefore, there is a fixed center to which they are all oriented. No, there's not. That's not how that works. That's not how that works at all. You're a bit of a dum-dum, Jordan. The center, for example, of the words... Oh my god. Oh my god, man. No. The center, for example, of the words wildlife, creature, pet, fish, mammal, vertebrate, bird, reptile, insect, and amphibian is the word animal. No, it's not. That's not the center. That's a category. That's a category you've put those in. That's not the center, though. Like, just for example, sometimes, usually not, but frequently, wildlife doesn't just refer to animals. Sometimes wildlife refers also to plants. Like, that doesn't follow. Pet. People have pet animals. They also have pet plants. Some people have pet rocks. Some people have weird pieces of like sandstone or whatever that are carved to look like movie characters that have plants growing out of them as hair. They're called what are they called again? Oh, what are they called? They were like a big thing in the 90s. Chia pets, that's it. Yeah, chia pets. Oh no. This is no dead statistical relationship between letters and words in a body of printed text. It is instead a relationship in the minds of people. No, it's not. We're talking about a category. Somebody could not be thinking about this at all. In the collective metaspace of human imagination, where those related ideas are a living force, or even entity, that center of a set of associated ideas is something akin to the soul, even the god of that set. This is a pattern, as animating, motivating, and organizing forces, these associated ideas are more like characters with aims or personalities than mere mathematical relationships. Thus, a pattern of co-occurring animating ideas can be well represented and appropriately and effectively regarded as a living spirit, dynamic and moving, rather than static and dead. He's literally talking about hierarchical categories of names, just to be clear. Like, oh, he's gonna critique Foucault in here as well. Oh, we're gonna get so much mileage out of this. Oh dear lord. Consider the words of Christ in this regard, as he insists in the gospel accounts that the word of God can be likened, for example, to a seed, which means, by the way, that the word of God can be likened to wildlife, which means, by the way, that the actual God of the Bible is an animal. Well done, or is animal, actually. Well done. In the parable of the mustard seed, the kingdom of heaven is portrayed as contained within and emerging from something small but powerfully alive. In the parable of the sower, those who listen or fail to do so are compared to the soil. They're compared to the seed. They're compared to the seed, not to the soil. Because some of those things aren't soil. Like the point in the parable of this. Okay, so look, parable of the sower, basically. Sower goes around throwing seeds. Some land on the path, some land on fertile soil, some land on like thin soil or the rocks or whatever. And as a consequence, some of them are able to like grow roots and weather storms, or some of them are just quickly brushed away, or some of them sprout early but don't have good roots. They get brushed away by the storm. Some of them land on good soil, so they grow up and they're strong and all that nice stuff. The point is not that the people are like the soil. The point is that there are conditions under which human beings internalize and actually become, let's say, like deeply inculcated in a way that has some kind of what's the word? Long COVID. Sorry, brain's not working. That has some kind of, on the tip of my tongue begins with an R. Resilience. That's the word I'm looking for. That's not because the people are the soil. That's because the soil is the condition. Like some among thorns, for example, those choked by the cares and riches of life. That's not the soil. The point is the reception of the seed, not that they are the soil. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Like even in the case of like those on fertile ground, those are here retain and bear fruit. Okay, sorry, I realize this is like super pointless, but it's not the soil that bears fruit. It's the plant that bears fruit from the seed, right? Whatever. That theme is developed further in the parable of the wheat and the tares, which indicates that various seeds can take root in the human soul, such that many, the tares or weeds, are tempted to take the path of the eternal adversary, while others, the children of the kingdom, are those who allow themselves to be possessed by the spirit of upward sacrifice that characterizes the redemptive covenant with God. What the fuck is upward sacrifice? Excuse me? It is for this reason that Christ warns against the false, contaminating, even deadly leaven of the Pharisees. The members of that sect play the role of the religious hypocrites in the passion, manipulating their tradition to put forward their own self-serving ideas. Well, not necessarily their own self-serving ideas. The point is not that they manipulate their tradition. That's not even said. No, the point is, that's not even said there. There are good Pharisees, for example. There are Pharisees that are treated well in the story. It's not. Like the Pharisees were serious. Pharisees were very serious. They were really legalistic. Very much about rules. Very serious about rules. There's lateral sacrifice and upward sacrifice Sunday. Right, exactly. You don't want to laterally sacrifice. Lateral sacrifice means that you stay in your current position in the company, so to speak. It's a dead end. Failing up it with your soul. Yeah, exactly. Oh my God. Hegel! We have Hegel here, guys. Okay, we're going to finish. This is going to be the last paragraph we're going to do because, oh, this is, we have to, okay? We have to. This is a sin akin to the breaking of the third commandment. Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain, for the Lord will not hold him guiltless, which is not an injunction against the carelessness of sin of speaking profanely or swearing, as is commonly presumed, but a prohibition against the more serious error. We don't care about that. Okay. The German philosopher Georg W.F. Hegel put forward a concept similarly based on associated meaning in his discussion of the zeitgeist. A term used now and then to mean the spirit of the times. It is the zeitgeist that gives old photos the look of their era. Oh my god, man. A style or quality that possesses everyone in that time and place as they admire and imitate one another. Just... oh... The same idea of living spirit, albeit in its pathological or Pharisee-like form, makes itself present in the works of the greatest commentator on the catastrophes of the Soviet era, Alexander Solzhenitsyn. Also, coincidentally, the only commentator on the catastrophes of the Soviet era that Jordan Peterson has actually read. He illustrated precisely how the evils perpetrated by the authorities in that dread communist system were not an aberration from the hypothetically pure and moral spirit of Marxism. Really? But a direct consequence of the poison implicit in that terrible doctrine of accusation and Cain-like envy. From each according to his ability, to each according to his need. God. Just... the moral spirit of Marxism. Marx is actually explicit. He's explicit very early on that no individual human being is a villain in the story. We're playing out roles. We're playing out roles that are determined by where we were born in a vast, complicated system. If you're motivated by envy, you're a very bad Marxist. Cain-like envy. Like, it's actually unreal. You have to keep in mind, Jordan is very stupid. He's very, very stupid. So he reads stuff with an aim to cherry-pick quotes. And he thinks it's okay to just cherry-pick quotes from things and just to assign your own meaning to them. But for that matter, imagine from each according to his ability to each according to his needs as an example of Cain-like envy. Cain-like envy. He hired a coach to read just the manifesto. It says on the preface, outdated, not sufficient. Yeah. Yeah. He needed a coach to read a pamphlet meant for general consumption. I'm surprised it's still relevant and disappointed we're wasting time on this. Why? This stuff's fun. Indeed. Around that central idea, stake in the ground, flagpole, guiding rod, or staff develops a network of ideas, images, and behaviors. When composed of living minds, that network is no mere system of ideas. It is instead a character expressing itself in the form of zeitgeist. A character that can and does possess an entire culture. A spirit that all too often manifests itself as the iron grip of the ideology that reduces every individual to unconscious puppet or mouthpiece. Such networks are best considered alive, transpersonal, but also personal. Abstract in that they are part of the relationship between ideas, but concrete in that they invite and can be welcomed in by the careless, prideful, and bitter, and subsequently take control of every aspect of their being. This is his reading of Hegel. This is what Hegel was about, okay? Everyone knows this from the logic of the science of logic. All right? Everyone knows this from the phenomenology of spirit, okay? The world spirit, the spirit of the time, is when you look at a photo and you can tell, yep, that's from the 50s, all right. Like, just imagine. Lol, he really thinks he's Zizek. Yeah, apparently. Okay, I'm wiped, guys. I've been talking for like 5 hours almost. I guess 4 hours. I'm gonna call it. We are at $64 in theory, $55 in drama. I will see you either tomorrow or Saturday. We'll be covering the Tenet media hearing for Lawrence Southern and probably some other stuff. Thanks for joining me. Thanks for those who super chatted and helped support the channel, and for who donated memberships. Reminder, there are cardigans for sale on the store page. They are very high quality. And if you order them now, they will be in time for Christmas, hopefully. It is November, so you got about a month. Historically, when I've ordered the samples, it's taken about a month, so that makes sense. Between 2 weeks and 4 weeks. And I have a Patron if you want to help support the channel in a more stable way. Link in the description. I'm going to send you to Kid Not Kin. Actually, no, I'm actually going to send you to, is Downtime still alive? They do short streams, so they might not be anymore. Now, looks like they're done. Damn, yeah, an hour and 27. These guys have such short streams. Can never read into them. All right, I'm going to send you to Kid Not Kin then. Have a good night, everyone. Take care. Ciao. Sunday, have you read Aristotle's Politics? I've made essays on Aristotle's Politics. I read Aristotle's Politics a lot. Read too much of Aristotle's Politics. Bored the hell of it. Have a good night, everyone. Take it easy. The Carnes Lord one is the good translation. That's how you know I know. All right, away with you.